Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, February 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Count Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder a fan of the U.S. Department of Education getting abolished. President Trump is outlining his plan to get rid of the department, and Degenfelder told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Tuesday that the best-case scenario for Wyoming is for federal school funding to go directly to the states.
Megan Degenfelder, the superintendent, said, well, I haven't gotten confirmation from Trump's administration yet. I was hoping he would do this, but I also hope that all those federal dollars will instead go directly to the states for them to establish their own criteria how to administer them rather than always deferring to this big agency with its own rules.
Degenfelder says it's her hope that the rules and red tape the Federal Department of Education has affixed to federal funding will vanish, but the money will be allocated in a block grant model directly to states. The Wyoming Senate has passed what its leadership calls the largest property tax cut in Wyoming history. Senate File 69 is passed on third reading Tuesday, would slash taxes by 50% and offer no backfill money for local schools and governments. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the bill passed on a 23-8 vote and now moves on to the House, which already passed its own version of this bill on January 23rd.
Many legislators, like Senators Stacey Jones and John Kolb of Rock Springs, expressed concern about what it will do to their local coffers and their local county government. But others, like Senator Tara Nethercott, who supported the 50%, said that the legislature can address these issues in the coming years and that she believes it's an issue that certainly won't be leading to a sky is falling type scenario for these local entities.
There are a handful of other property tax bills still remaining, such as a bill to make property taxes in Wyoming based on acquisition value, which passed on first reading in the House on Tuesday afternoon. Efforts by President Donald Trump's administration to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development have been met with approval by most Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional representative Harriet Hageman. The organization's stated purpose is to strengthen U.S. influence abroad by providing money for humanitarian and economic purposes, as well as for combating repressive regimes. But Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry spoke to Hageman Tuesday, who said that she believes that U.S. aid is, quote, an insidious organization that needed to be reined in, if not eliminated altogether.
Rep. Hageman's concern is that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which is an independent agency, as she noted, it was not authorized by Congress and is not overseen by Congress, has never been overseen by Congress in its entirety since it was founded in 1961. She thinks that it's lost its way in many respects. And I think most alarmingly, Rep. Hageman has pointed to examples where she thinks that USAID has actually funded Hamas. She thinks that they funded the Taliban. And she also thinks that there is USAID money that went into the anti-Semitic riots on U.S. college campuses last year.
Hageman said she agrees with Trump's crackdown on the agency, carried out mainly by Elon Musk, which has included stop work orders, firings, removal of computers, and even a shutdown of the agency's website. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Attention all seniors 50 and older, the Wyoming Senior Olympics 2025 Winter Games are coming to beautiful Pinedale, Wyoming from February 20th to 22nd. Compete in a variety of events including the indoor mile walk, Nordic skiing, pickleball, snowshoeing, and swimming. Don't miss the celebration banquet on Friday night, February 21st, sponsored by Jonah Energy, LLC. For more information, call us at 307-321-0699 or visit www.wyomingseniorolympics.com. Register by February 9th.
Winter weather gave way to strong winds across most of Wyoming on Tuesday. The National Weather Service issued high wind warnings for most of southeast Wyoming and the Cody foothills, with winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that that's a gentle breeze compared to the strongest gust recorded last week in Wyoming. That was 120 miles per hour on Mount Coffin in the mountains of Lincoln County in western Wyoming.
A person can be blown over by a wind of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So So 120 miles per hour, that's enough to blow someone up and off of a mountain with probably fatal results waiting for them once they land. So it's nothing to scoff at.
While winds have been measured at more than 100 miles per hour in the Cowboy State before, it's not usual. And 120 miles per hour is just a breath away from the strongest wind gust ever recorded in Wyoming. That was 128 miles per hour measured in Clark in 2022. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming's education maven Megan Degenfelder hopeful that Trump will eliminate U.S. Department of Education. States can do it better, she says. Property tax bill passes the Senate. The 50% cuts would make it the largest tax break ever issued in the state of Wyoming. What if license plate designs did not change every 8 years? Would we be stuck with the one we have right now? House Bill 237 would have WYDOT just mail you new plates every 8 years without county clerks being involved in the issuing. The stars are aligned for a grizzly delisting, says Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman agrees with Elon Musk's crackdown of an insidious rogue agency called USAID. She said the agency established under JFK administration needs to be reined in or dismantled altogether. Special guest on the show today, Melissa Noah. She heads the Wyoming Housing Network. We'll talk with her. It's going to be fun. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just now looking at my visual, which if we're on radio, that's not going to bother you, but I do not know why. I might have to figure out how to fix the visual. Obviously, we don't have I mean, you don't want to see me anyway, right? I mean, it's probably a smart move. That's weird. I got to fix that. So, yeah, I'm going to have to play something while I fix that. How about Don Day weather forecast? And I'll be right back while I work on the video.
Wyoming. Want to stay in touch with what's Want to stay in touch with what's happening around
All right. I think I sort of have things fixed. Oh, my goodness. Let's take a look at that weather forecast. Of course, Greg Johnson going to be joining the conversation here shortly as we tee up the morning stories. High wind warning in effect for Casper, and that's going to last through really the whole day. Sunny and very windy with highs around 55 for you in Casper. Riverton, sunny, breezy, 45. Southwest Wyoming, Evanston, rain and snow likely, breezy with highs around 45. Green River, chance of rain and snow, one or the other, with a high of 49. Pinedale, rain, snow likely, windy, highs 36 today in Pinedale. Alpine, maybe another 2 inches of snow today. Breezy conditions, the high 35 in Alpine. DuBois, chance of snow mainly before noon. Otherwise, partly sunny. Windy with highs 37. Jackson, rain and up to 2 inches of snow likely before 3. I don't know how we're going to get 2 inches of snow the way it's rained. Just pouring rain. The high is like 41 right now. And it's just raining. Maybe upper elevations, there's going to be snow. Thermopolis, sunny, breezy, 49 today. Cody, high wind warning. Sunny, very windy with highs 37. Buffalo gradually becoming sunny by the afternoon with highs 25. Sheridan, slight chance of rain or snow in the early morning. Otherwise, just be a foggy, mostly sunny day. How can that be? Patchy fog, clouds, and mostly sunny. You're going to see everything, Sheridan. Gillette, partly sunny, 34 with some wind gusts. Newcastle, mostly sunny, approaching 50 for a high. Sunny, windy in Torrington with highs around 64 today. Wow. 54 in Lusk, sunny and windy. Southeast Wyoming, Cheyenne, high wind warning for much of the day today. Sunny, windy, 57 the high. Laramie, you'll top out around 48 with a slight chance of rain in the late afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny today and windy. South Central Wyoming, Rawlins, high wind warning. Pretty much all day. Chance of rain, snow. Otherwise, mostly sunny, windy. I mean, it's just everything. I'll just say everything that could possibly happen in the weather spectrum. Wind, rain, snow, sunny, and that includes everybody. Here's the weather map today. Current conditions, yeah, pretty warm. My goodness. Jackson, 41. And look at the difference. Cody, you're -3. Rock Springs, 43. Lyman, 41. Kemmer, 35 currently. Riverton, 28. But as you move north, Graybull, -3 degrees. 2 below 0 in Moreland. 2 below in Sheridan. KC, you're 7 above. Casper, 22. Wheatland, 13. 32 in Laramie, 38 in Cheyenne, 43 in Rawlins. So as you move south, just like yesterday, much warmer temperatures. Road conditions, YO roads is where we get the latest update for road conditions. Not too bad. They got the wind warning on Interstate 80 down in the southeast part of the state. Slick conditions in and out of Cody, Meeteetse, Powell, Lovell, Highway 14. That's already a difficult highway with any kind of weather on it. Be super careful. There have been so many accidents on that highway over the years. You got slick conditions, Cody, Powell, Lovell. Take it slow. The Jackson, Pinedale area is not bad. Not bad at all. Kemmer, Evanston, all other roads showing pretty good. And we got, I think, we're going to talk to Don Day later in the next hour. I think we got more snow on the way for Friday for some of us. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, hopefully we got the stream back up. I think we do. I'm trying to check some analytics here. It looks good. Greg Johnson will be in, and we'll talk about today's stories, which include, you said that mysterious agency that Elon Musk has targeted as being in need of trimming, if not elimination. And Congresswoman Harriet Hageman is all about that. She's always said that she believes it's an insidious agency, a rogue agency, and she'd like to see it go away. That's our top story, along with Megan Degenfelder, Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instructions. She would like to see Trump eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. President Trump promised he would all along the campaign trail, and she's hoping that he sticks with that promise. She says states can do it better. I'm going to look at, this is just a test, I'm going to look at my news. We're not going to actually do news, but I want to see how much I ruined.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening?
But okay, I was just double checking that. Let's take our first break of the morning and we'll get right back with Greg Johnson on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Having some fun times this morning.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
As a mom, I want my kids' lives to be filled with joy and possibility. And I want that for every kid. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. They work in schools and communities to make sure every kid gets the healthy meals they need. Please join me in supporting No Kid Hungry for all kids.
Thank you.
I've always loved space and football. Growing up, some people told me I had to choose. But here's the deal. You can be great at more than one thing. And getting involved in STEM opens up your world to a universe of opportunities in life.
This is my time.
Get inspired and get involved today. There are STEM programs and science centers available in your community, so be sure to check out spaceforall.us to learn more and get started.
This is my time. There ain't no doubt in my mind.
Find your place in space.
This is my time.
Space for All.
Yeah, let's get into the Zoom room with Greg Johnson. Greg, how you doing this Wednesday?
I'm all right.
All right.
All right. Enjoying the spring like weather down here.
Totally spring-like. It's just pouring rain where I am. Do you at least have wind and nice temperatures, mild?
Yeah, pretty much. Kind of two different planets. The different corners of Wyoming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird. And up there in Sheridan, I feel bad for you, but yeah, you're still not above zero yet. That's weird. Really weird, but
yeah. Just counting down to the Super Bowl, Jake.
Are you gonna watch it?
Yeah. Totally. I mean, I'm like a lot of people. I mean, I'm a fan of the game, but I also on the Super Bowl, I want to see what the commercials are like.
Yeah.
Usually I'm kind of disappointed, but once in a while there's a good one in there.
I mean,
want to see what that's about. I'm usually not that into the halftime show, though.
Yeah, I think this halftime show is going to fall flat. I like Kendrick Lamar, some of his stuff, but I got to admit, he is not universally known or appreciated. That's going to be weird. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the greatest show. There's some people saying that Taylor Swift's going to pop in on the halftime show. Like she's going to be there probably, right? To watch.
Yeah, she'd be there. I don't know. I doubt it. I don't know that the NFL would allow someone who's dating one of the players involved in the game to also be. I mean, there's already enough conspiracy theories about the NFL rigging stuff for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
allowing their girlfriends in the halftime show too.
Yeah, it might be a bad look for the NFL.
Yeah, the NFL refs. I hear that their union is like starting to push back. They're not too happy at all these accusations of rigging games for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
The Chiefs probably told them to push back on it.
I'm kind of over the whole Chiefs getting calls. In general, I want to see the game cleaned up, like fixed. The game needs fixing when it comes to the refs. And the refs are throwing flags for things that they've been told to throw flags for. And that's every hit that looks like it's hurtful. It's like DEI NFL. Like you make a big hit and you're like, oh, that tackle was too hard. And out comes the hanky. Like, come on.
I understand you got to protect the quarterback. They're the franchise players and stuff. I can get that, but at the same time, they're freaking football players, man. And if you like cough on one of them too hard, you get a foul. I mean, what the heck are they playing football for?
That's what's frustrating to me. That's the biggest problem the game is encountering right now, and that comes from Roger Goodell. It's not the refs deciding that. They've been told to make sure no one gets hurt and to basically make it flag football. That's where we're going. And this is remember, it wasn't that long ago, Greg. I mean, I watched some 70s and 80s highlights and the stuff they did to quarterbacks. They do to mash them and they do anything they want to them. And then it wasn't that long ago, there was that highlight show when a big hit was made, they would say, he got jacked up. That would never fly today, ever.
No.
Oh.
No. You know, and, I mean, I'm not saying that they need to be jacked up, but I mean, it is part of the game.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be.
Yeah, and analyzing it with 15 different angles, this high-speed collision, you know, when a guy makes a catch and then a safety hits him or something, like, oh, did he lead with his helmet or his shoulder? I mean, these things are like bang, bang. They're milliseconds, and there's no way these guys can stop themselves from, you know, making contact. That's what they're supposed to do. It's just that part of the game really frustrates me.
Think about if you were a guy who played back in like the 70s.
Oh,
okay,
man.
you played like 50 years ago. You're in your twilight years now. You played in the 70s. You're like Jack Youngblood. You're playing with broken legs. You're getting jacked up, like you said. You're playing this brutal game for almost nothing.
Yeah.
And now you look at it, these guys, you can't even touch them, and they're making, you know, tens of dollars each year. Not just, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
They got to be thinking, what the heck, man?
Game has changed. If you did half the stuff those guys did in the 70s, they put you in jail now. You'd be arrested, much less have a 15-yard penalty. They would cart you right off to prison if you played the game today like they did in the 70s.
Oh, yeah. What was it? Deacon Jones. I mean, his signature move was the head slap. He gets
Right.
up and he slaps the offensive lineman in the head.
Right.
That's a 15-yard penalty all day, every day now.
Right. Yeah.
Slapping dudes in the head put him in the Hall of Fame.
The game has changed. Yep. Now you can't even look cross at anyone, and out comes the flag. I know.
But I gotta go for the Eagles just because I hate the Chiefs.
Yeah, me too. I guess I'll go for the Eagles. And at least Super Bowl will have different commercials, and perhaps we won't have to see Patrick Mahomes playing football all game, and then we go to a commercial break, and it's Patrick Mahomes selling Doritos and insurance. Like, enough of him already.
Will be. It probably will be.
Come on.
That's a great point. Probably half the commercials will have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid in them.
It's Mahomes television all day, all night. Yeah, I'm sick of it.
TV.
So am I to understand, Leo Wolfson has this story about the Senate passing a 50% property tax cut. That would be huge, no backfill. So somehow you're going to have to make up for the lost 220-something million a year estimated that you're going to lose out here. Is this through the Senate and the House?
No.
Okay.
This is it's going back to the House.
Okay.
And what it is it's basically kind of a message from the Senate. It's the Senate sending it back to the House and say, here you go. It's almost like saying, we dare you to pass this. Because and the thing is, you know, if it's all about a tax cut, then what do you talk about this backfill stuff? I mean, what does it matter if you're cutting taxes, but then you're filling it in from somewhere else? I mean, it's still got to come from somewhere. So, so they're saying, you know what? It was proposed as a 50% without a backfill. Here it is, and so we'll see. It could, and you never know. It could be vetoed, but it also, you know, the House I think has the votes to overturn it. Who knows if the Senate would then also overturn a veto on that? However, yeah, it's interesting. It's a huge property tax cut. A cut like that hasn't happened before, as far as anybody can tell. And yeah, it would be a big change, a really big change in in the whole tax structure. Now it's for 2 years. It's not like a permanent thing, but those 2 years is expected to um, take in less than it's about 500 million bucks.
Yeah, 288 million a year is what you're going to have to make up.
Yeah, almost 600. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a big deal. It's like the changing the how schools are built thing that we talked about yesterday. That's a big change.
This is drastic change. And for the last few years, every time lawmakers go down to Cheyenne, we hear from constituents that you got to do something about property tax. You got to, this time around in the session, you have to help us. Property taxes are crazy. And the promises are made and nothing ever happens. This time,
stuff has happened. Stuff happened last year, but it's everybody's saying it's not enough. We didn't go far enough. It didn't happen the way we wanted it. And then next year on the 2026 ballot, there is a 50% property tax cut on the ballot. So, yeah, well, I guess we'll find out how many people really want it. I think they all want it. But the lawmakers I think what they're trying to send the message is, hey, if this is what you want, we'll give it to you. But then don't complain when you don't have as good of roads, when you don't have as good of police service in your community, when you don't, that money is paying for some of that stuff. So, but if you think that's bloated and we're paying too much for that stuff, then they're going to like this. But we'll find out with the vote, because that's the real thing where you find out if people really want it. My guess is if the lawmakers are hearing it so much from their constituents that the vote may pass. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think people will be a little bit short-sighted as to what's going to happen. What will be the consequences of their cuts? I think anyone who's a property owner who opens that letter twice a year and sees the bill, they just want that reduced. They want that cut. They want relief. They aren't thinking necessarily about the lost revenue, $288 million a year. And that's kind of that's a careful what you wish for after, like, oops, now the reality of it comes. But Senate File 69 moved through the Senate, third vote, 23-8. So pretty easily. That would be, big time relief for property tax.
Yep. Absolutely.
Megan Degenfelder hoping Trump will eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. How could we do without a U.S. Department of Education? Do we really need it, or can states do that?
States can probably do it. I mean, right now, I think, if we do if there are I'm sure there's some federal grants and things like that districts apply for and everything, but most of the money, is state money. I mean, if the feds are sending money, it's coming from the states, and they're sending it back. And I think it's just there's a real trend right now to, wherever you think there's government overreach, you clamp it out. And I mean, you look at it and, the Department of Education, what is America's schools better under than they were 10 years ago? I mean, are people getting a better education? Could the states do it better with how they regulate it rather than having to do it according to the federal? I don't know. I think a lot of states think they can. I think that's what Degenfelder is saying is, hey, we can, we can do it better. That's what they're saying about Grizzlies. Hey, we can manage the Grizzlies in Wyoming better than you can. Let us do it.
Yeah. more of the continued states versus federal government. Megan Degenfelder hoping that Trump will stay with his promise. He was saying it all along the campaign trail that he would do away with the U.S. Department of Education. She's waiting to see if he will indeed go through.
And politically, there's a real. I think there's a real, or whether it's justified or not, it's not for me to say, because I try to be as neutral as I can when I'm talking to you, Jake, because we cover the news, we do it. So I try to kind of present different points where people can be thinking on these things. But you look at the Department of Education, I think there's a huge number of people, especially in conservatives, who think it's just a giant a giant woke club, that it's not really wanting to educate people, it's wanting to socially manage them. The Department of Education wants to put gender neutral bathrooms in. They want to, operate under DEI policies. And these are all things that are very clearly being targeted by this new administration. And I think a lot of people in Wyoming agree with that. So,
yeah, I don't even know what the U.S. Department of Education is or what it does. I am oblivious to a lot of political things. I don't even know what it is. Like, why do we have a federal Department of Education if each state has a Department of Education? Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, there's federal programs, and the states have to comply with the federal programs to get money for it. Like, I think like things like
school lunch
the
and
food the school lunch programs,
yeah,
all kinds of, I think, special ed stuff like that. But yeah, I think Degenfelder and the states are saying, just give us the money. We'll educate our kids the way we want to educate our kids.
Yeah. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, who is falling right in line with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, who both are taking a real close look at USAID, U.S. Agency for International Development, whether you think that's a necessary department or a department in need of some cutbacks or being reined in, or whether you think it's, as Hageman says, insidious and a rogue agency and promoting terrorism. Wow. Yes, big talk. Hageman, not a big fan of USAID, and Elon Musk has already gone in there and asked for stop work orders, firings, removals of computers. The agency's website has been shut down, so USAID might be heading for a short future here.
Yeah. Well, I think Hageman supported this before too.
Yeah.
There was, and I guess the thing is, where's that money going? And under the guise of, if you're saying, well, it's humanitarian aid, we're giving it to these people who need it, whether they're in the Taliban or not. The people got a problem with that, saying, hey, it's it sends a message if you're doing things like that. And I guess really just saying the whole department to distribute this aid and money. And I guess Musk and Trump and a lot of the Republicans in Congress don't think that money is going to the right spots.
Well, Trump gave some examples through his agent. And to be clear, Hageman said this is not UNICEF. USAID is not UNICEF. UNICEF is necessary, when there's crisis globally, you step in and when I think of UNICEF, I think about, army trucks and they're handing out bottled water to the people that are going through, some terrible moment. She's like, that's not what USAID is. And Trump said, how about this? $1.5 million spent on DEI programs in Serbia, $70,000 spent on DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 went to a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with that. I mean, I'm sure there's some of the money that's going for some pretty legitimate things, but why is and you said as a U.S. thing, whereas UNICEF is United Nations, and we contribute to it along with others. I'm sure we're probably the largest contributors, but things like, I mean, why are we paying for Serbia to install DEI stuff? Whether you agree with DEI or not, that's their thing. That's their responsibility to do that, not ours. I mean, and I don't care whether it's a transgender opera or not. I mean, if you want to put on an opera in Colombia, raise the money yourself. I mean,
even if it's just a
why do you
regular
need
opera,
the U.S. government to back your opera, unless it's the opera of, propaganda. The U.S. government is so great.
Yeah.
But don't ever come here. I don't know, but yeah. I mean, it's kind of some of these things that you see in other things. Like, why are we paying for backpacks to catch cow burps, and paying someone to smear a canvas with bison feces, and we get a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts to do it. I think some of that kind of stuff is catching some attention there.
I think some of the efforts, you said, some of the eye-opening efforts began, like a lot of government agencies, with a good idea, good intent, and then government gets so big, you get a rogue agency that operates with no oversight. You don't know what they're doing. And the next thing you know, you're giving money to Serbia to put on a gay opera. You're like, wait, where do we go with this? What happened? I don't know. Harriet Hageman wants to know what happened here. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll talk about drones. We got to get rid of these drones flying over Wyoming, and there's
droning on and on.
There's legislation proposed to do that. Stay there, Greg. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Back to the morning discussion with Greg Johnson. And we're taking a look at these drones. There's Wyoming Senate considering a bill criminalizing drone operators from using their aircraft and hanging out and taking photos over critical infrastructure. Of course, there's the New Jersey drones. There's been drones sighted in Wyoming. And definitely Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office, strange drone sightings over the Jim Bridger power plant and other locations. And I guess, I mean, without legislation, without a law, there's nothing saying you can't operate a drone over a sensitive, restricted area, right?
Well, there are, I don't know about the restricted areas. There are some laws about, the FAA has rules and regulations about operating drones, but I think it depends on the size of your drone and, the class and how high it flies and all that good stuff. But yeah, sensitive things like our power plants, they're building that nuclear plant out there in Kemmerer, our coal mines, our oil fields, F.E. Warren, our military installations. Yeah, that could be a concern. Why would someone, there are legitimate reasons to do it. Say you are, you're the owner of the power plant, you're doing some surveying or stuff and you want to go up there. But, just flying your drone over to get photos of it and stuff can be considered, I guess, reconnaissance of doing something. I can tell you, we're doing that story on pennies that Dale did, and I added some to it. I went to get some photos and some stuff and talked to some people at a bank. I walked into a bank here in Cheyenne. I didn't think anything of it. I just take out my phone and I start taking some photos. And right away, this manager comes out and says, "You can't take photos."
Oh,
they thought, the first thought is, I'm casing the joint.
Yeah, casing the joint.
So yeah, it's something you gotta regulate. If these guys are noticing, people don't like to be regulated and told what to do, but if there's, they're gonna make Chinese Bitcoin owner sell for having a Bitcoin farm a mile from F.E. Warren. Some of these there's that potential for the drones to be doing some shady things.
Senate File 132, sponsored by State Senator Stacey Jones, Republican of Rock Springs, would let local law enforcement open cases against some drone operators or disable the drones themselves. Testimony given Tuesday by Sweetwater County Sheriff Lieutenant Rich Fisher. He told the committee that he went to check on drones at a power plant, his deputies, and they saw the drones, and on their way back to the office, the drones followed them. He said one or two of the drones actually followed our deputies back toward the Justice Center, and some 30 miles. So these drones, this is not drones. I thought, you could go like a mile or two. These are high tech, larger.
Yeah, that's a little more than your typical.
Yeah.
hobbyist or someone even if someone's paying a few $1,000s because they're serious about their drone. He's saying some of these are the size of SUVs and
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah, that's weird. And it sounds good. They can open cases against the drone operators and disabled drones. That's if you can find these guys. I mean,
Yeah.
if they could be operating this thing from 30 miles away, I don't know if they have any kind of technology to detect the signal that's
Yeah.
going to the phone or what, but
Well, that's
yeah.
what Lieutenant Fisher said. They went out to check on the drones. They found them, but they couldn't find the operator. Couldn't find him. And so they're heading back to the Justice Center, and these drones start following them. Like they don't know where the guy is who's operating them. They couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. And I think your typical home drone can be up in the air on a battery for what, like maybe 20 minutes or something before you got to put a new battery in it. So some of these have got bigger batteries and stuff.
Yeah, this is a different kind of drone. This is like military. This is way more high tech. New legislation proposing that license plates be issued by YDOT instead of county clerks. I always wondered why county clerks have to dispense your license plate. Every 8 years, we change the design. Every 8 years, you got to go in and the county clerk will give you your plates. Why isn't this something YDOT does and they could just mail you the license plates? That might be where we're headed with this House Bill 237.
Yeah, some major changes to license plates. Mailing them instead of picking them up at your county treasurer's office. That could, whether you like that or not. I mean, some people might like it if they live out in the middle of nowhere instead of having to go all the way into the county seat and do that. Others might say, you know what? I like the option of going in because you know that if they're mailing it to you, you're paying for that postage. I mean, they're not just gonna mail them all out for free. I mean, you're gonna be paying the extra for whatever the postage is to mail that out. And some people might say, look, I live in town. I want to just go in and pick it up. I don't want to pay for that. And then a lot of people, especially in the rural areas, don't have a lot of faith in the postal service these days.
I would say the biggest argument against mailing or having the county treasurer issue it is not necessarily the expense of the postage. I mean, that's chump change compared to what it costs to register your car. Oh, my goodness. Or the fact that the Postal Service might lose the license plate. I mean, that's just a given when anything we mail nowadays. My biggest beef would be if we change the way we do it and get the plates mailed. You lose that humanness with the county treasurer. And I don't know if you've done this, Greg, but I've asked the treasurer, and sometimes they'll even offer to find you like a good plate, quote unquote, good plate. Like if you're getting a new one and they're issuing it, I'm like, give me one with like a lot of fours, like 4434 or something, or give me one.
There's that, or if if a low number becomes available,
yes,
like and you line up for the low numbers.
Everybody wants the low number.
Yeah, but this bill would also, though, it would eliminate the requirement that they redesign the plates every 8 years,
which would be the biggest thing. Like
that's a big deal because number one, then what? I mean, it doesn't say that they can't ever redesign it.
Right.
It just says that they're not required to every 8 years. But it also means then that you don't have to switch your plates every 8 years. If you got a plate, you can use it until it wears out, until the numbers are gone.
Yeah.
So you can use it forever. But it also means that at least right now, we're stuck with the black plate. So if you don't like it, we're stuck with it for now.
Yeah.
But also, and it probably means with mailing too that number one, if you're keeping your plates a lot longer, you're not turning them in every 8 years. There'll be a lot less of the physical plates being mailed. It's probably just more of the tags.
True.
On those plates.
Yeah.
But yeah. I wonder, a lot of people like when you get to that every 8-year thing where you go with the new plates and stuff, and people, they turn in things. People then line up at their county office to get some of these low numbers that are available. And, now it's just, if it's just a mail type of thing, it's just a random thing if you get a low number or not. Some people who are into that aren't going to like that at all.
Right. I think you're right about that. But the cost saving measures are mentioned. One, there'd be a certain amount of costs that could be saved by not having all these plates stored somewhere at your county facility, and also the cost of destroying all the old tags. If we're going to collect them all after 8 years and change the design, they got to go shred the old ones. So, yeah, we might be stuck on the one we got now. We'll see how that bill does. That's House Bill 237. And we'll keep an eye on it. All right. You want to give us one last story you're looking at, Greg?
The TerraPower Nuclear Training Center is going to be a big deal. Because, this Natrium plant they're building it's the first one, but they anticipate building these things all over the world. And they're going to build a training center for, all these nuclear workers and techs in Natrium. And so if they build these Natriums anywhere else in the world, they're going to send the people here to Kemmerer to be trained.
That's cool. Yeah. Wow. I think we're just finding out more and more and more of how important this TerraPower is for the state of Wyoming. Kemmerer's, so excited that they were chosen as the site in the state of Wyoming to host this unique, novel nuclear power plant. That's Bill Gates's baby, his dream. We're just finding out how important this is for the state of Wyoming, all the things that come with it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Kemmerer's taking over the world, Jake.
Kemmerer.
Pretty soon it's going to be the state capital.
Little bitty Kemmerer, I know.
Yep.
J.C. Penney's and Nuke Power. That's what it's going to be known for from now on. Yeah.
That's right. They'll probably build a tunnel between them.
I'm excited for Kemmerer. It couldn't happen to a better town. They've been biding their time, just waiting to be on the map, and this will do it. Cool. Well, thanks, Greg.
All right.
Good to have you on this morning. Appreciate you. Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily. Kicking off our stories, we got a whole bunch of them, including ones we haven't touched on. Wyoming Game and Fish Director says the stars are aligned for grizzly delisting. Angie Bruce told legislators yesterday this grizzly thing is a priority for me personally. And I do think the stars are aligned. And he points to, of course, Trump's newly appointed Secretary of Interior, former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. We'll hit that story and a whole bunch more as we work through the morning show. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, February 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Kemmerer is home to the Mother J.C. Penney store and will soon be home to the Mother TerraPower nuclear plant as well. The synergy of that isn't lost on TerraPower, which has designed a 35,000 square foot training center with that very idea of a mother ship in mind, even calling Kemmerer's nuclear plant Unit 1, according to business reporter Renee Jean.
They're hoping that it encourages tourism in Kemmerer, for one, that visitors may want to come, just like they do come to the Mother J.C. Penney store, that they might want to come to the Mother TerraPower plant and learn about nuclear energy. It's also, though, going to be the training center for all new TerraPower employees. So TerraPower employees will go to Kemmerer, regardless of what country they are from. They will live there for a temporary amount of time. They will fill up hotels. They will eat at restaurants. restaurants. They will shop in local stores. I talked with the mayor, and he's hoping that that leaves a good impression with those visitors, that they'll want to come back to experience more of what Kimmerer has to offer.
Construction on the huge training center should start sometime late this year. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is eager to take over management of grizzly bears if they're delisted from federal protection, and Congress might finally make that happen. Angie Bruce, the agency's director, said Wyoming's congressional delegation is pushing to have grizzlies delisted, and President Donald Trump's administration also seems to favor delisting. That's according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
She has full confidence that her department's ready to take over full management of them. She's putting a lot of stock in Wyoming's U.S. congressional delegation to introduce some legislation, and pretty much everybody there seemed to agree that if this is going to happen, it's going to happen through Congress.
Delisting suffered a setback January 8th when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that it had rejected petitions from Wyoming and Montana to delist grizzlies. However, Trump's newly appointed Secretary of the Interior has openly stated that he supports the idea. The Wyoming Senate is considering a bill criminalizing drone operations from loitering over and taking photos over critical infrastructure. Senate File 132 would let local law enforcement open cases against some drone operators or disable drones, and would let the governor send the Wyoming National Guard to fight or take suspicious drones as well. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Senator Stacey Jones heard from her people, her sheriff's office there in Sweetwater County, like, we never found the operator of the mystery drones that we've been seeing for several weeks, but if we did find the operator, we'd like the legal teeth to tell them to knock it off or to initiate an action if things got serious enough. And so that's what they asked her for, and that's what was debated in committee.
The bill would make drone operators face a misdemeanor for the first time they intentionally loiter, photograph, or commit other criminal activity with drones over critical infrastructures. A second offense would be a felony. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Attention all seniors 50 and older, the Wyoming Senior Olympics 2025 Winter Games are coming to beautiful Pinedale, Wyoming from February 20th to 22nd. Compete in a variety of events including the indoor mile walk, Nordic skiing, pickleball, snowshoeing, and swimming. Don't miss the celebration banquet on Friday night, February 21st, sponsored by Jonah Energy, LLC. For more information, call us at 307-321-0699 or visit www.wyomingseniorolympics.com. Register by February 9th.
A bill that seeks to streamline the process of issuing license plates for vehicles has passed the House Transportation Committee. House Bill 237 would charge the Wyoming Department of Transportation with issuing license plates rather than county treasurers. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the bill is getting the opposite reaction from some Cowboy State voters online who are questioning the idea of relying on the U.S. Postal Service for delivery of their plates.
This bill would mean you're no longer picking your license plate up from the county treasurer. Instead, you go to the county treasurer to file your registration, and then WYDOT will mail it to you within 30 days. There are a lot of questions about this bill, and people online are panning it. Some of the comments are like, this is so dumb. So now we have to wait for it to come in the mail, and the mail sucks. It takes so long to get your mail.
The bill's sponsor, Representative Cody Wiley, said his bill has several features that would lower the costs of making plates in the state, among them the fact that new plate designs would no longer be made every 8 years. In other words, people who don't like the latest new design would be stuck with it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Corr, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
We're back with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Hour 2. Take a look at a couple of proposed pieces of legislation that look like they're dead in the water. The ban on wind power has failed in committee, we're learning. Senate File 183 would have put a moratorium on solar and wind projects. It was sponsored by Senator Hicks. And he said this bill would be really simple. We would put a 5-year moratorium on any new solar or wind projects. Let's just stop right now where we are and see how what we've already done shakes it, see how what we've already done, if we like it. Let's slow down, Hicks says, and analyze the ramifications to all the things going on out there. Hicks is worried large wind and solar projects are fundamentally changing the look of Wyoming's wide open spaces. And continued, our friends on the left coast with their renewable portfolio demands, eliminating fossil fuels and moving in a direction that's unsustainable. Wyoming has been at the brunt of that, quite frankly. But Hicks' proposed legislation, Senate File 183, failed in committee earlier this week. Also, another bill that looks like it's dead in the water. Legislative committee killed the Make Carbon Dioxide Great Again bill. It looks like we're not going to do that. Leo Wolfson had the original story. Back when, fearing it could actually lead to more federal regulation, the Wyoming Senate Committee killed the Make Carbon Dioxide Great Again bill. It would have cut low carbon energy standards in the state, treated CO2 as a nutrient, not a pollutant, and it would have also repealed some carbon capture mandates. But it looks like that proposed legislation is now dead in committee. And Schmidt's idea to hunt mountain lions into extinction, my words, not his, looks like this bill is not going anywhere. A lot of opposition. A lot of people spoke. Mark Hines had the story in Cowboy State Daily originally. House Bill 286 would propose a mountain lion hunting season changes, just kind of encapsulating the bill. It would have, I believe it would have opened a mountain lion season all year around. Like mountain lions could be hunted all the time. Representative Mike Schmidt, Republican from LaBarge, proposed it, saying if mountain lions are to blame for the dwindling mule deer population, so something has to be done. But that bill's not going to get out of committee. People were lined up out the door, apparently. More than 40 people came to speak in front of the legislature's House Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee. And all but 2 of those 40 who spoke were opposed to the bill that would change mountain lion hunting season. It didn't go over too well. Coming up this hour on the show, we have Andrew Rossi. He's going to join us later, next hour of the Cowboy State Show. Claire McFarland will be here, and Melissa Noah. She is the executive director for the Wyoming Housing Network, and we'll learn about what her agency, her organization does to help people in the housing effort. Housing it's a challenge, huh? Leo Wolfson could be here in the final hour as well. It's a Cowboy State Daily Show. Continues along on this Wednesday. Let's take a look at some of the stories we've been talking about and drill down a little deeper. How about this Leo Wolfson story about the property tax bill that would cut property taxes by 50%? That's significant. Your property tax would be cut in half. if this bill goes through. Wyoming Senate passed the property tax bill Tuesday. The 50% cut in taxes would be the largest in state history. Opponents say not providing money to replace the lost revenue will devastate communities, while supporters say it's a true tax cut. Yeah. And whatever you don't have to pay in property taxes, remember, has to be made up somewhere. And the shortfall is considered to be about $288 million a year statewide. That lost property tax revenue will mean every community is going to be hurting, looking to support their own education programs, looking to keep their streets cleared, plowed, and filled potholes, that kind of stuff. That's what your property tax does. And if it's cut in half, can your local community get away with half the money, half the budget they're working with now? In some communities, some counties, some municipalities, no way. It would bankrupt them. It would cripple them. Others, well, they might have to trim the fat. Senate File 69 passed on third reading, 23-8. It moves now to the House. The House already passed its own version of this bill on January 23rd, so there's every indication to think that a 50% cut in property taxes will head to the desk of the governor. I'll be very interested to see what would happen in that situation. Let's take a look at the morning weather forecast with Don Day.
Well, today it's going to be all about the wind in many areas of wind-prone areas across the state. We've got high wind watches and warnings from Cody to Casper to Cheyenne. Winds will be very strong west of Cody. That'll give a little bit of a Chinook effect and warm that area up. Very strong winds along Interstate 80 from Rock Springs to Rollins to Laramie to Cheyenne and I-25 Casper to Cheyenne. 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in those areas as another big push of strong jet stream winds will race across the state today into tonight and early Thursday. In addition to the wind, another plume of moisture will come in off the west coast. So we're going to see another round of snow in Wyoming's western mountains and valleys today, and those will linger into early Thursday. We don't expect a lot with this wave in terms of heavy mountain snow, but additional snow accumulations likely, especially in the western mountains, some in the southern mountains as well as the Bighorns. Then Thursday, there's a little bit of a pause. Then another front comes in, this time a stronger, colder one that will bring a good chance of snow to a lot of Wyoming Friday night into Saturday morning, and that will usher in much colder temperatures for the weekend as well.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning
Thank
Show
you,
with Jake
Don. We're going to
continues.
talk to Don Day in a moment. We'll have him live, and I want Don to explain some really complicated weather things. Don issued, by the way, months ago, his winter forecast. Like he told us months ago what he thought the winter would shape up to be. So we're going to check in with like the halfway point through winter, since it was February 2nd the other day. We're halfway done with winter. And I'm going to ask him to assess how he thinks he did with that winter weather forecast back before the season started. And I'm also going to ask him to explain some really techie stuff, like what is QBO? It means a lot about your winter weather forecast. And then we'll get a better idea of the weekend weather. That's what we all really care about, right? Friday looks like we got a round of snow. Mark Hines' story, Wyoming Game and Fish Director says stars are aligned for grizzly delisting, despite the news that President Biden, on his way out, said the grizzly will remain under protection. There's hope that that could be overturned. There's hope that that could be undone, particularly stemming from Trump's newly appointed Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum. Burgum is a former North Dakota governor. He has stated openly at certain testimony and other interviews that he supports grizzly delisting. He's the guy who told Idaho, I hear you. I got your back, something to that nature. Of course, the Wyoming delegation, Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, Republican Senators John Barrasso, Cynthia Lummis, they also plan to push hard for legislation in Congress to have grizzlies delisted. It'll probably take an act of Congress to do it now, says Senator Larry Hicks of Baggs. The committee, by the way, is considering Senate File 170, which Hicks is sponsoring, because of Biden's decision on his way out to keep the grizzly bear under Endangered Species Act protection. It's probably going to take, an act of Congress to do it, but to undo it and get grizzlies under state management. Are we headed there? Well, it looks good. The future of that looks rosy. Here's Mark Hines with more as he talked to Wendy Core about that.
The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is eager to take over management of grizzly bears if they're delisted from federal protection, and Congress might finally make that happen. Angie Bruce, the agency's director, said Wyoming's congressional delegation is pushing to have grizzlies delisted, and President Donald Trump's administration also seems to favor delisting. That's according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
She's all in. She wants grizzlies delisted. She has full confidence that her department's ready to take over full management of them. She's putting a lot of stock in Wyoming's U.S. congressional delegation to introduce some legislation. And pretty much everybody there seemed to agree that if this is going to happen, it's going to happen through Congress.
Delisting suffered a setback January 8th when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that it had rejected petitions from Wyoming and Montana to delist grizzlies. However, Trump's newly appointed Secretary of the Interior has openly stated that he supports the delisting.
Yeah, Angie Bruce's comment regarding the January 8th Biden decision, she said, yeah, we did get that recent decision. It was frustrating and disturbing for our work, Angie Bruce said. But optimism, maybe, with Doug Burgum now in control of the Secretary of the Interior. It'll be interesting to see if the grizzly indeed can get delisted and put back under state management for Montana and Wyoming. I know those two states would be eagerly anticipating something like that. By the way, speaking of Wyoming Game and Fish Department, their stamp art contest is underway for 2026. Every year, the Wyoming Game and Fish has an original artwork conservation stamp that they put out in 2025. I think in 2025 there were winners, and I think the animal you were trying to draw was a Western tanager. This year it's going to be the pika, the small but mighty American pika. The 2026 Collectible Conservation Stamp Art Contest, Wyoming Game and Fish announced that they are now accepting original artwork from both professional artists and students. You can learn more at the Game and Fish website, but the pika, known for its ability to communicate with other members of their colony, emitting those high-pitched warning calls. Pika is also considered a real harbinger of climate change. Pika is a high elevation dweller, and they're kind of a canary in the coal mine species where the pika will give you first indication that there's been changes in the environment they either like or don't like. They're very sensitive to changes in temperature, and so they're very closely studied for that as an indication of where the global climate is going. But the pike is going to be, get busy drawing your pika. Here's what it looks like. You've all seen the pike. I'll share this with you for the podcast, folks. It's one of them. See if you can draw one of those and perhaps be chosen as the winning artist for the 2026 Collectible Conservation Stamp Art Contest. Yeah, get in on that. Let's get into the Zoom room and we'll check out Don Day, the day weather forecast. And starting with, Don, I think I wanted to start with your, I just was looking around on your website and I saw months ago you did your winter outlook for 24-25. And I thought, now we're halfway through winter, February 2nd, the halfway point, no matter what Land or Lil sees a shadow or not. We're halfway through winter. So I wanted to see, give yourself your own assessment on how you think you did with your 24-25 winter outlook. I know you said a lot of complicated things like La Nina, El Nino whiplash. You talked about the Gulf of Alaska, North Pacific SST pattern, whatever that is. And please don't mention QBO or my head might explode. But what did you, what went into your factoring for a winter weather forecast way back then, and how accurate you think you've been so far?
Well, I think things are going about as I expected. Although I didn't expect it to be as warm as December was. I was expecting that the weather would start to turn more towards mid-December, but it waited about 2 to 3 weeks later. So the overall general concept was going to be a warm fall, a warm start to winter, then a transition to colder and more stormy weather. And we've seen that after the first of the year. And those things you just mentioned, SSTs or sea surface temperatures, sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Alaska and the equator play a big role. I won't bring up the QBO. That's a stratospheric thing. But so from that standpoint, December was a lot warmer than I thought it was going to be. But January went as I thought it would be, much colder. And February depends on where you are. It's so funny. I got people on both ends of the spectrum telling me, this isn't normal. It should never be this warm in Laramie in February. Then somebody in Sheridan say it should never be this cold and snowy. And it's like everybody needs to take a deep breath. We have big extremes right now. We got all this Pacific air coming in. We got Arctic air coming in. So everybody's got a little bit of everything. So there's nothing normal about the weather, Jake. I think I've just observed this over all the years of doing this, is that people's perceptions about how the weather should be don't match with reality. And we tend to humanize everything, and we tend to do that with the weather. And people talk about normals and averages, and I do all the time as well. But you got to remember, an average is just an average of extremes. So when we talk about the average high and low should be this, we should never say should. Because the average high and low is an extreme, is a measurement of extremes over 30 years.
Yeah.
So January, Jake, was the coldest January in the lower 48 since 1994. The entire state of Wyoming had a colder than normal January, the whole state. But I have people emailing me saying they've never seen it so warm in January. And I don't get it.
Yeah, people's perception. Weather wasn't meant to be just a snapshot, and there's no way to assess, like February, for instance, over the first 5 days. It makes no sense at all. You got to wait for those extremes to average out, to find a medium. But right now, holy cow, first 5 days of February, all over the map. Little bit of snow disturbance coming today, maybe more snow for Friday. What's going on for the week?
Yeah, so we've got another wave coming off the West Coast, and it's going to bring another round of snow to Wyoming's western mountains and valleys today. And it's a Pacific wave. So again, that is mild air getting pushed into the west and south again. This morning it's below zero up north, and we have 50, 60 degree difference in temperatures between north and south again. What's going to happen Friday, though, Jake, is that next front that comes is stronger, and it's going to drag some of that colder air further south. I do expect some travel problems across the state Friday, not because we're going to get a ton of snow, but we're going to see light snowfall over a lot of the state, especially the central, the north, the west, and the southwest during the day Friday into Friday night and Saturday morning. And colder air comes in behind that. So it could get icy. And then once we get into the weekend and next week, no more Pacific talk. Okay. It's all about Canada. And I think they're angry about this tariff thing.
Yeah.
Because they're going to send very cold air back into the state and region as we, for all of the state. I know for folks up in northern Wyoming, you're already in it. But the cold will be a lot more widespread as we get into early the middle parts of next week.
I think we got to extract more money out of our friends to the north in the Great White Way. I know they gave us hockey, so that we got to cut them a lot of slack. That's great. But the cold, oh, man. I mean, it's pouring rain here in Jackson, though, Don. Pouring rain.
Now that will turn over to snow here by late morning and early afternoon. So it's all about Pacific. Think about this, Jake. The air that's coming into Jackson. Okay, if we were to trace where it's coming from north of Hawaii.
Oh.
Okay. So the water temperatures there aren't that terribly warm, but that's the air that's getting driven into parts of Wyoming. You just get in your car, go over Togety Pass, drive up to Grable, you'll be below zero.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Tomorrow and Friday, I want to talk about weather for my driving because, I'm all that matters this weekend. I want to go to, I'm going to Rock Springs Saturday. I want to make sure I'll be okay, but yeah. Thank you, Don.
Okay, talk to you later.
Excellent, Don Day. Day weather forecast. Let's take a quick break. We'll come right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
My name is Dre. And I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Back to the show, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake, Hour 2. And we're looking at this story from Leo Wilson. Park County clerk says Republican representative is wrong about the 2020 ballots. The never-ending angst between legislators and county clerks continues. A comment made by a Wyoming state legislator has a current and a former county clerk upset, accusing him of spreading misinformation. It happened while testifying on his bill to give more power to poll watchers last week when State Rep Ken Pendergraft, Republican out of Sheridan, told the House Education Committee that Park County Clerk Colleen Renner prematurely destroyed ballots from the 2020 election. And that was before a group of people from her county could inspect and hand count them in 2022. Pendergraft said, if you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to hide. Now, was Renner negligent in destroying these ballots? She said she was fully allowed to destroy the ballots when she did so in early December 2022. State archive law requires county clerks hang on to ballots up to 2 years after an election. That's it. After that, they can be destroyed. So to do a recount on an election that happened over 2 years ago is not going to be possible if the clerk went and destroyed those ballots, and rightfully, legally so. Former Park County Clerk Kelly Jensen deeply upset Graff's remarks and further fuels this distrust in Wyoming elections. And it's all just more of state lawmakers versus county clerks. Clerks got to feel like they're being singled out, and lawmakers are just trying to find how to have secure and elections with integrity. But this one is going a wrong way. Ken Pendergraft, Sheridan. Basically a roundabout way of accusing perhaps wrongdoing. If you got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to hide, he said. When the ballots from the 2020 election were destroyed in 2022. Renner says, hey, that's what we do. We get rid of these ballots after 2 years. Unemployment, statewide unemployment ticked up slightly over the last cycle. The department says Converse, Teton, Weston counties tied for the lowest unemployment rate in December 2024, each with about 3% unemployment. Highest unemployment rates across the state were in Sublette County, 4.7, Bighorn at 4.4, and Sweetwater County at 4.3%. Compared to December of 2023, unemployment rates rose in every county by about a point. Wyoming's overall unemployment, though, remains below the national average of 4.1. Who do we have coming on this hour? I think, Andrew Rossi will be on here in just a little bit. That'll be fun. Let's do This Day in History, shall we? This Day in History, February 5th. B.B. Brooks. What a great name. That's Bryant Butler, by the way. 1861 this day. B.B. Brooks was born in Bernardston, Massachusetts. I don't know how he figures into Wyoming history, though, because I have to go read it from another website, and I don't really care to do that. Okay. Happy birthday, B.B. Brooks. This day, 1876, John Henry Holliday, better known as Doc Holliday, moved to Cheyenne, where he worked at the Bella Union as a dealer. This day, 1876, Doc Holliday moves to Cheyenne. This day in 1920, as a window into the Spanish flu, we know Ernestine Streleski lost her life to the Spanish flu, her and her unborn child in Sheridan. 1920 was, in Wyoming, kind of the height of the Spanish flu. This day, 1924, Joseph Carey, governor from 1911 to 1915, and a member of the Republican and Progressive parties. This day, he died in Cheyenne. This day, 1924. February 5th, 1927, the meadowlark was designated as the state bird. This day, 1937, Franklin Roosevelt proposed his court-packing scheme. The plan went over like a lead balloon. Nobody has ever attempted it since. Basically, Roosevelt attempted to take advantage of the fact that the Constitution does not set the actual number of Supreme Court justices. And Roosevelt was frustrated with the Supreme Court overturning his New Deal legislation. So he attempted to add sufficient numbers of justices until he could get the vote right. But that didn't work. This day, 1943, legislature passes a bill denying American citizens interned at Hart Mountain Relocation Camp the right to vote. In 1946, William Evers started his term as warden of the state penitentiary. On this day in 1963, Barnum Brown, discoverer of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he worked for a time as a paleontologist in Wyoming. On this day, Barnum Brown died, 1963. I want to share a photo of Barnum Brown because he's got like the coolest coat of all time. Here he is. Look at that dude. He discovered the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Wyoming and died on this day in history, 1963. This day, 1990, Edward Jacob Herschler died in Cheyenne. Herschler was from Kemmer and had been a Marine raider in the World War II prior to being elected governor in 1975. On this day in 2018, emergency sirens were accidentally tripped and sounded as part of what was to have been a silent drill in Natrona County. There was no overreaction. Everybody remained calm, but it came just 1 month after a false alarm of a North Korean nuclear strike in Hawaii. So tensions were high, but everybody was chill in Natrona County when the alarms went off. That's good news. It's time to rodeo. We're going to rodeo in this hour because next hour I'm going to be busy with guests. Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen next.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Rodeo Rapid City. The last 4 out of 5 years, the large indoor rodeo of the year. Proud to be here. Today, we're proud to have on a world champion saddle bronc rider, Jacobs Crawley, Stephenville, Texas. He's also the chairman of the board of the PRCA. A conversation about a very special moment in both of our lives coming up next.
Ranchers, you're invited to the 52nd Annual Boost Cherry Creek Ranch Progress Through Performance Bull Sale. Thursday, February 13th, 100 PAP-tested fall bulls and 25 non-PAP-tested fall bulls sale at the Rancha Sale Barn near Veteran, Wyoming. Sale time is 1 o'clock, also carried live online with DB Auction. The Booth family believes that the bulls offered in this year's sale will provide you with the most important genetic traits that your breeding program demands. For more information and to view the sale catalog, visit BoothCherryCreekRanch.com.
Hi, this is Chandler Gould, National Association of Wheat Growers CEO. The 2025 Commodity Classic is headed to Denver, Colorado in March, and I'd like to personally invite you to join fellow wheat growers for America's largest farmer-led, farmer-focused, agriculture, and education experience. Not to mention, it's the closest it's ever been to your farm, making it even easier for you to attend. Informative speakers on timely topics, cutting-edge ag technology in the industry's largest trade show, and more. Visit commodityclassic.com today.
The Rodeo Road Show today. I've been trying to corner this guy for a long time. He's become a friend. He's a 10-time national finalist. He's a world champion. He's a husband. He's a father. He's chairman of the board of the PRCA. And it's Jacobs Crawley on the line. Jacobs, thanks for being on today.
Yes, sir. Good to talk to you, buddy.
Man, I can't. You know what? Every time I see Jacobs Crawley in headlines, I think of the night in Greeley, Colorado, when you and I and others stayed up till 3:30 in the morning with Hadley Barrett in his motorhome, picking and grinning. That was a memorable night for me.
It was, and I think that's what makes sport of rodeo so much fun, and it's just it's just an adventure and you never know, so that was just such a fun thing, an experience that we still experience in memory for the rest of our lives.
It is so good to see that world champion back in the saddle. All the best to Jacobs Crawley, world champion. And one smart dude, he's a mechanical engineer with a degree in engineering from Texas A&M University. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
At Renewal by Anderson, we ask, why should we only feel the love on Valentine's Day in February? We have declared the entire month of February as the month of love. That's right, we did it. We laugh at February's snow and cold. We love installing the best new windows and doors. We love how warm, cozy, quiet, and more valuable our awesome windows and doors make our customers' homes. Love, love, love. Tell someone you love them today, and please book your free estimate right now at rbawyoming.com. Feel the love every day in February with Renewal by Anderson.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut, the one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink, or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking, now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed, better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead, catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
Back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Andrew. Andrew Rossi joins the discussion. Andrew, you're not getting blowed down off a mountain, are you?
No, I'm actually quite warm and content in Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, that's right, you lucky dog. You're down in Arizona. So you were only just speculating on how windy it might have been up top of Mount Coffin. 120 mile an hour wind. That sounds like a lot, but it's been windier a little bit.
Yeah, I've personally never been on the top of Mount Coffin, and with winds that strong, I'm perfectly happy not going.
I agree. You mentioned like a 70 mile an hour wind is enough to knock over someone like you or I, but 120, we might be airborne.
I think it's not even a question of might. If winds are blowing that strongly and that consistently at a place like that, that's just going to pick you up and take you wherever it's going to take you. I mean, you might not start flying, but it could carry a considerable distance, and you might not like what's waiting for you once you land.
And you probably knew to go looking for data like this because you were on that Don Day weather forecast that showed this phenomena of a state divided between north and south. Up north, you got temperatures 0 or below, and down south, we're in our T-shirts, 60 degrees and sunny. Crazy, all within the same state. But those two different air masses create wind between them, and you knew to go to look for wind, like, oh, this might be the windiest time ever.
Yep, well, that's just how these things tend to happen. You get these air masses that move in, they mix with each other, they contrast against each other, and then when you have a sudden drop in temperature and then a sudden rise in temperature, that just generates a lot of winds. So you get strong winds in the places where they tend to be strongest, and at the peaks of the mountains, that's a natural place to look.
And for the podcast viewers, we're taking a look at the peak Mount Coffin, the top. Is that the high? It's like the second highest mountain in Wyoming.
It's the second highest mountain in the Wyoming range. So that's the Jut and Bridger Teton National Forest that extends southward near Afton. The highest peak in that range is Wyoming Peak. So it's a lot of creative naming in that part. And nobody knows, no one I talked to at least knows how Mount Coffin got its name. But as far as I could tell, there aren't any fatal accidents associated with it.
Yeah, no actual use of a coffin. 11,255 feet, and it is one windy place, but it's not 120 mile an hour wind, not the windiest. I think the all-time high is just a touch higher than that.
Yeah, well, it's 120. It's the strongest ever recorded in Wyoming, and that was in Clark. And anyone who's been in Clark will not be surprised that the strongest wind in Wyoming was measured in Clark.
They already know that, huh?
It's Clark's just windy. I don't, even when it's not a windy day elsewhere, it's windy in Clark. It's Clark's something else.
Your story about this bison herd charging people. Bison, we already know, are unpredictable. So what happened? We had a video to watch, and this herd of bison had one of their calves taken down by the Wapiti pack of wolves in Yellowstone. And that's hard to watch for humans. It's definitely hard to watch if you're a bison, and that's somebody you know. And they got all worked up. And man, when they're in an emotional frenzy like that, you would think that they would stampede towards the wolves, but they went the other way and ran after people. Like, what the heck?
Well, it was 10 bison and somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 wolves. The Wapiti pack's a big group, but it's just that the best way I could describe it or analyze it is just that stimulus response that animals have, is that they just started running. And who knows, maybe the people seemed like a good target to take their aggression out on of, but they didn't seem really aggressive at the moment. They just seemed like they were just running in that general vicinity. They didn't care what was in their way. So in that case, 50 people and a bunch of vehicles happened to be in their way. So most of them just threaded the needle and continued on their little mini stampede. So it was a once in a lifetime opportunity for everybody who was there to witness it. Super cool stuff.
Yeah, National Geographic type stuff. Jeff Vanuga of DuBois got the video that's pretty interesting. And yeah, you don't know what bison are going to do ever, but certainly in a situation like this, when they got to watch one of their calves get tore up. Ooh, I haven't seen these photos. This is all right. It might be too early for breakfast. Yikes. Let's move to this story. You know, Rhode Island is always used as an example of something that's small, like, you can fit 3 Rhode Islands in this place. Your story about how Wyoming has every single county, and there's not too many states that have that. Wyoming's one of like 3 that has every county is bigger than the state of Rhode Island.
Yep, but Wyoming's on that list, Arizona's on that list, and Nevada's close. I think there's maybe one county that's larger than Rhode Island in Nevada.
So close, Nevada. Yeah, Wyoming has huge counties, Sweetwater County, and I know we've heard from Sheriff John Grossnickel about how difficult it is for his department to patrol Sweetwater County. It's gigantic, 7 times bigger than the state of Rhode Island.
Yeah. Although the interesting thing is, speaking to people in Rhode Island and speaking to people in Wyoming, they see eye to eye on the fact that they chose to state because it's exactly what they want. I mean, a lot of people, they live in states because I like A or B or C or just certain aspects of it. I can take the bad with the good, but I'm here because of the good. But for Wyomingites and Rhode Islanders, everyone, they just seem to be like, this is exactly what I want. It's like in Rhode Island, it's small, yes, but you can go from the sea coast to mountainous areas where you can get, the best of the New England lifestyle and that aesthetic. It's close to Boston and New York without being Boston and New York, but it's got enough of that kind of urban feeling. It's a perfect dose for those people who want to be close to the opportunities that those places present without being there. And then as I'm talking to these people, I'm realizing I hear a lot of the same things about Wyoming from Wyomingites, where it's like they like the fact that it's so vast and you might not see your neighbors and you encounter 2 or 3 cars on your ride home and that sort of thing. And that it's got enough of a life to support what they want to do, but it doesn't have any of the busyness of the big cities. So Rhode Islanders and Wyomingites can see eye to eye in that respect, that their states are exactly what they want them to be.
Huh. Yeah, they have that in common. Rhode Island and Wyoming, both residents are happy living life where they are. And they have another thing in common as well, and that's the area code.
Yeah, one area code for the whole state.
Yeah. I mean, in Rhode Island, there's not that many phone numbers, although the population Rhode Island is a little denser than Wyoming. But yeah, Rhode Island, you can get anybody in that state by dialing 401. And of course, it's the 307 in Wyoming. Grand Prismatic Spring. I really think, I'm glad you wrote this story. I really think Yellowstone officials have to get on this quickly. That it has become one of the most popular features in Yellowstone, Grand Prismatic Spring. I mean, Old Faithful's number 1. And Grand Canyon of Yellowstone maybe is in there at number 2, but Grand Prismatic Spring is right in the top 3. It's so super popular. Social media, I guess, has boosted it. The photographs, I mean, they look gorgeous. The problem is, unlike the other 2 features I mentioned in Yellowstone, the infrastructure around Grand Prismatic Spring, beginning with the parking lot, is dismally small.
Yeah, well, it's a special case because people want to see Grand Prismatic Spring in the best way possible, and that's overhead. And you can't get that view easily. So it's either you go on the boardwalk, which, I mean, you can get close to it, but you can't really get all the vivid colors and see it as most people want to. So you have to go to that overlook trail, which I've done several times, and it's a wonderful trail, but the infrastructure just isn't in place. And I spoke to so many people who said that Grand Prismatic is kind of emblematic of the surge of interest and increase in visitation to the national parks and the Yellowstone, obviously, in particular, because, I mean, everyone knew it was there for most of its existence, and everyone will tell you that it was a popular stop and people liked seeing it. But in the last 20 years, it's just exploded in popularity, and it's become one of the most densely packed places. There are always vehicles. The parking lots are always to the point of overflowing, and it's it's something that I don't know how the National Park Service will address, but a lot of the vendors, the people who are taking tours into the park, hope that they do at some point.
I think, I mean, aside from making the parking lot bigger, they just got to better coordinate how people get in and get out of it. Because I've seen, and you've probably seen, the line stretching out onto the road to get in the parking lot when there are spaces available. It's just that people aren't taking, they aren't making the best use of spaces, and it's just a cluster. But it is a microcosm, Grand Prismatic Spring, of what's going on in Yellowstone. And that's a feature in the park that we're just loving to death. And it is true. You had somebody in the story who said that if you're not there before noon, a 30, 45 minute, stop and take photos is turned into like a 2-hour torture. It can be really backed up.
Yeah, and the fact that one of the things that stuck out to me is that so many people, especially first timers in the park, they're not very comfortable going far from their vehicles to see something. And that just gets thrown out the window at Grand Prismatic. If they have to walk 45 minutes away from their vehicle to get to Grand Prismatic, they're willing to do it, which they aren't willing to do at a place like Old Faithful.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you want that view from up above, like most people walk right up to it, but that's not the best photo. I mean, you're right on top of it. You don't get any perspective, and you have to take that walk. But if you're taking that walk, that's 45 minutes. You might be having your car parked in a small parking lot and everybody else wants in. Yeah, I would put it, if you're doing the Grand Loop, like make that early, hit that early in the morning and then go around to the other stuff, because it has become a really popular stop in Yellowstone.
Yep, and I've heard a lot of tour vendors who I spoke to, they say it's like if somebody puts Grand Prismatic on the top of their list of things they want to see, they reserve a day just for the logistics of getting to and from Grand Prismatic, because that's with the travel time and how much time they're going to have to take the park and get around and everything, they need to factor that in.
All right. Well, thanks, Andrew, for those stories.
Happy to provide.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on. Andrew Rossi with some stories in the Cowboy State Daily you got to check out. Grand Prismatic Spring, it's become a social media darling, and it's become super popular. So popular that you may be waiting in line a long time just to park your car. Does size matter? Every county in Wyoming is bigger than the state of Rhode Island. That's how big we are. And how tiny Rhode Island is. But Andrew found that people in both states are happy with the way they got it. They're happy with their small life in Rhode Island. And we Wyomingites are happy with our big Western life out here. And the angry bison herd that charged people who were watching this calf get taken down. I don't blame the bison. If you're only 10 buffalo strong, what are you going to run at the 20 wolves, or are you going to run away from the 20 wolves? Yeah. The conversation continues more in the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show after top of the hour news next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, February 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Count Wyoming's Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, a fan of the U.S. Department of Education getting abolished. President Trump is outlining his plan to get rid of the department, and Degenfelder told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Tuesday that the best-case scenario for Wyoming is for federal school funding to go directly to the states.
Megan Degenfelder, the superintendent, said, well, I haven't gotten confirmation from Trump's administration yet. I was hoping he would do this, but I also hope that all those federal dollars will instead go directly to the states for them to establish their own criteria how to administer them, rather than always deferring to this big agency with its own rules.
Degenfelder says it's her hope that the rules and red tape the federal Department of Education has affixed to federal funding will vanish, but the money will be allocated in a block grant model directly to states. The Wyoming Senate has passed what its leadership calls the largest property tax cut in Wyoming history. Senate File 69 is passed on third reading Tuesday, would slash taxes by 50% and offer no backfill money for local schools and governments. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that the bill passed on a 23-8 vote and now moves on to the House, which already passed its own version of this bill on January 23rd.
Many legislators, like Senators Stacey Jones and John Kolb of Rock Springs, expressed concern about what it will do to their local coffers and their local county government. But others, like Senator Tara Nethercott, who supported the 50%, said that the legislature can address these issues in the coming years and that she believes it's an issue that certainly won't be leading to a sky is falling type scenario for these local entities.
There are a handful of other property tax bills still remaining, such as a bill to make property taxes in Wyoming based on acquisition value, which passed on first reading in the House on Tuesday afternoon. Efforts by President Donald Trump's administration to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development have been met with approval by most Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional representative Harriet Hageman. The organization's stated purpose is to strengthen U.S. influence abroad by providing money for humanitarian and economic purposes, as well as for combating repressive regimes. But Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry spoke to Hageman Tuesday, who said that she believes that U.S. aid is, quote, an insidious organization that needed to be reined in, if not eliminated altogether.
Rep. Hageman's concern is that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which is an independent agency, as she noted, it was not authorized by Congress and is not overseen by Congress, has never been overseen by Congress in its entirety since it was founded in 1961. She thinks that it's lost its way in many respects. And I think most alarmingly, Rep. Hageman has pointed to examples where she thinks that USAID has actually funded Hamas. She thinks that they funded the Taliban. And she also thinks that there is USAID money that went into the anti-Semitic riots on U.S. college campuses last year.
Hageman said she agrees with Trump's crackdown on the agency, carried out mainly by Elon Musk, which has included stop work orders, firings, removal of computers, and even a shutdown of the agency's website. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Attention all seniors 50 and older. The Wyoming Senior Olympics 2025 Winter Games are coming to beautiful Pinedale, Wyoming from February 20th to 22nd. Compete in a variety of events including the indoor mile walk, Nordic skiing, pickleball, snowshoeing, and swimming. Don't miss the celebration banquet on Friday night, February 21st, sponsored by Jonah Energy, LLC. For more information, call us at 307-321-0699 or visit www.wyomingseniorolympics.com. Register by February 9th.
Winter weather gave way to strong winds across most of Wyoming on Tuesday. The National Weather Service issued high wind warnings for most of southeast Wyoming and the Cody foothills, with winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that that's a gentle breeze compared to the strongest gust recorded last week in Wyoming. That was 120 miles per hour on Mount Coffin in the mountains of Lincoln County in western Wyoming.
A person can be blown over by a wind of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So 120 miles per hour, that's enough to blow someone up and off of a mountain with probably fatal results waiting for them once they land. So it's nothing to scoff at.
While winds have been measured at more than 100 miles per hour in the Cowboy State before, it's not usual. And 120 miles per hour is just a breath away from the strongest wind gust ever recorded in Wyoming. That was 128 miles per hour measured in Clark in 2022. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily morning show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues. Claire McFarland will join the discussion in a moment. There was an avalanche. Well, there's been a lot of avalanches over the last 48 hours. That heavy snow followed by rain, and that just makes for avalanche conditions to spike. Avalanche danger. 7 people caught and carried in an avalanche Monday in backcountry terrain south of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Demonstrates the snowpack's instability after a warm, wet storm hit the Teton. 7 skiers ventured out of bounds, even though every avalanche forecaster will tell you it's not the good time to do that. 7 skiers nonetheless ventured off Jackson Hole Mountain Resort's backcountry gates, slipped the gate, went into the Rock Springs Canyon around 3:15. 6 of the 7 skied successfully down North Bowl, and the last, a 7th skier triggered a 2 feet deep break, and that avalanche swept these people. No one was injured, and the accident wasn't the only near miss over the weekend. There was another avalanche we're hearing about in the Granite Canyon area when skiers were swept out into a creek bed in Granite Canyon and were supposedly hit by a second avalanche as they were climbing out. So, yeah, it's avalanche times in and around Jackson Hole, Teton Range, Togety Pass, big avalanche warnings. There's Claire McFarland. Claire, what's happening?
Sorry, I'm late.
That's okay.
Yeah. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Well, not real good, but I'm not going to complain.
Okay.
Megan Degenfelder, your story about the superintendent of public instruction. She's hopeful Trump keeps true with campaign promises and eliminates the U.S. Department of Education. I am so politically unaware. I don't even know what the U.S. Department of Education is. Why do we have one of those if every state has their own education department? I don't know.
That was a Jimmy Carter thing.
Oh, okay.
Back in the late 70s, he pushed for that. Congress enacted it in 79 and started operating in 1980 with a way smaller staff and budget than it now has. I don't have a head for numbers, but those figures are in my story. I did not retain them. Mm-mm.
No, you can't waste brain cells on pointless numbers. I utilize my brain cells for like football and hockey statistics, but yeah, numbers like these I wouldn't bother hanging on to too hard. But yeah, maybe it's become an unnecessary, bloated government thing. Certainly, Megan Degenfelder believes states can do it better, getting money directly to states, and we can take care of things a lot better. She's hopeful that she's going to hear about a decision to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education soon. I like Megan Degenfelder. Whatever she wants, I think she should get. She's been really good in that office.
Well, I can't opine on public officials, but Trump, he can't just. I don't think he can just eliminate it himself. The plan, and it's the headline is like Trump can do this, but it's more nuanced in the story. As always, the headline's always blunter than the story. But he can maybe diminish personnel and things like that. And then I think Congress actually has to eliminate, but the news sites that are all quoting anonymous sources at this point, or at least were yesterday, they wrote that he is going to push Congress for that. And indeed, our own Representative Harriet Hageman put forth a bill to that end, I think last year.
Representative Congresswoman Hageman has got it out for USAID as well, but that's another story. How about these drones? Drone has become kind of your beat, Claire, for whatever reason, but certainly in Sweetwater County, they've noticed drone activity, very suspicious over potentially sensitive infrastructure area. Sweetwater County Sheriff Lieutenant Rich Fisher gave testimony about him going out to check out some drones. They found the drones, but they couldn't find the operator. And the drones actually followed them for a while. And we're talking like 30-mile range for these drones. These are like some real drones, I guess.
Yeah, the following, I was like, what?
Weird.
Like, why are just following headlights? Do they know this is a deputy truck? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Lots of questions there. Airspace is, it's federally regulated, and there's already federal rules in place about what you can and cannot do. So the way I understand this bill is it gives local police some mechanism to push back when they find an operator, as originally worded. And I have the strong feeling that the Senate's going to tinker with this. As originally worded, the Wyoming National Guard and local cops can also they can fight, like they can take reasonable steps to disable or take. I don't know if that's going to survive since it's a federal crime to shoot down aircraft.
Right. And it almost is like, all out war on drones will be okayed if Senate File 132 passes. But the idea is right now, if you've got drones over, Jim Bridger power plant or something, or a place that you could legally fly a drone, there, if the cops do show up and find the drone operator, they can't do anything. They can't even tell them to stop flying the drones unless there's an actual law.
I mean, I don't know. I got to be honest. I need to learn more about this whole area of law, and I don't know if they could make a nice request. I don't know. But yeah, this would make a crime to where there's actual teeth. Like, you will stop or else.
Yeah. Because right now all they can do is, hey, quit flying the drone, and they can tap their side piece like Barney Fife and just say, stop flying the drones. Maybe that would work.
Yeah.
Claire, you missed an opportunity here with this story about the woman accused of leading 5 law enforcement agencies on a wild Riverton chase. I thought for sure you were going to say, even as they pulled the maneuver where they knock you off the road, they finally they did the spike strip, they did everything, and they're finally, all right, we need to do that thing where we just nudge her right off the road. Even as she was spinning out of control, she's guzzling vodka, or I don't know, what are the real words?
Well, the affidavit said drinking, and in the part of me that still does creative writing, I so badly wanted to put chugging, but that's not what it said.
Right.
So I put drinking because I don't know if she was, I don't know the angle here.
I wanted
guzzling.
Chug
probably has a definite obtuse angle that needs to be established scientifically if you're in a chug.
Yeah.
And I did not establish that. Whereas there's maybe a sip is like a 30-degree angle. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm thinking she's in her Dodge Durango. It's a high-speed chase. She's getting that. There's no way it's a sip. It's got to be like up here, drip. I don't know what it was, but yes, that's not good. There was more than just that bottle of alcohol. She blew a 214, which is considerable. RPD took her into custody. That's too bad. Hopefully she gets some help.
Yeah, I don't. It's funny. So the affidavit was by Casey Tadewald, a lander who used to work over on the Riverton side, and I covered a homicide trial in which he was heavily involved. and he presents so sweetly on a trial stand and so straightforwardly, like just yes, no answers, like super straightforward, super chipper, that it's sometimes hard for me to picture him in these situations. I don't know him well. I'm sure he's a great cop too, but it's like on a trial stand, he's like, yes, sir. No, sir. Anyway, but cops are peoples too, as my son would say.
Yeah, great article, by the way. The test for real Americans. Your kids just never fail to astound me. Probably you too. Yeah, they should. I think the test to be American. And by the way, I just worked last weekend at a wedding where one of the servers was, she just passed her test, her citizenship, and she's going to be sworn in Boise this week. So I was happy for her. But she was describing the test, and I don't know that I could pass it. It's like a civics test, but it's stuff we learned and probably forgot.
It's 5th grade, because the twins are in 5th grade.
Yeah.
And so I opened it up just for fun. Like, hey guys, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can be Americans. And they were just like, oh yes, they knew all the answers. And wow, I don't think they're teachers enough. I just drop them off at school, and there's those teachers, and hopefully they don't give them too much freaking candy today, and I'm going to go to work and get holy crap, they're teachers. Like they have taught these kids at least how to be Americans, if nothing else.
They've taught them the importance of knowing who Mike Tyson is, et cetera, how to pass a real test for being American. I want to have some laughs because this story is no laughs. And since it started, I just felt terrible because I know this family. Hunter DeVries, 23-year-old, sentenced 25 to 30 years in prison for child molestation. And the judge, is one of those very rare cases where, a defendant admits to everything. Like they just come completely clean. They show every indication of remorse and wanting to turn things around. Whereas you and I have seen how many people dragged into court who keep insisting they didn't do it. I didn't do it. So Hunter has done all the right things. Even the judge felt a little bit for him, but what can you do? That's kind of what the judge said. What can I do?
Yeah, there were things in play. Like there's a plea agreement in play, and there's the statutory sentencing abilities in play. All of this, but oh yeah, gosh, what a sad case. Because a life is altered. Several lives are altered. A mother is shattered and left questioning everything about the last year or so of her life. Questioning everything about everything. So I'm not gonna people are always like, well, of course he's showing remorse now that he got caught, but actually that's not always the case. That's not often the case.
Yeah.
Like we were saying, like those of us who bounce around in the system all the time actually are struck by how rare that is. It doesn't undo anything at all.
Right.
But yeah, those of us who actually do spend a lot of time in court, in the system, in crime, listening to defendants, listening to excuses, listening to cop outs, and even victim blaming, even at sentencing, which is post conviction. There's that, and so it's it was very unique, and I can say that from the experience that I've had over the past, 6 years, almost 7, covering crime.
Yeah, it's a unique case. And the judge, it's got to be so hard to remain somewhat unjaded, impartial, and hand down fair sentences when you want to have a little bit of emotions involved. And you felt a little bit of a struggle with it with the judge as well, but opted not for a potential boot camp program, opted not for probation. 25 to 30 years, that's significant.
Well, yeah, and she went into the boot camp thing because he's young enough to qualify. And so they'll do like 8 months or a year-ish. And then they'll ask for a sentence reduction. So the judge will say, 5 to 7 years in prison, but you have boot camp, and then you can ask for a sentence reduction after that. We'll see how you do. And it's supposed to be this thing like, hey, kid, straighten your life out, figure it out while you're so young. We recognize you're so young. And Judge McKay said, this is for people who have hope of a sentence reduction, and you are not that person. So we're going to save the slot in that program for people who have that hope, people who have that opportunity.
Got it. What are you working on now, Claire? Can you give us a sneak peek?
I have been told that it's bad luck to tell you what I'm working on.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I tell you what I'm working on, it doesn't pan out.
May not materialize. All right.
So I saw my shadow and went back, retreated back in my news cave.
All right. That's fine. Thank you, Claire. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Claire McFarland joining us weekly on Wednesdays. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues after this break. We'll talk to Melissa Noah. She heads the Wyoming Housing Network. We'll find out what they do and how it maybe can benefit you. We'll learn all about Melissa's doings right after this quick break.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues hour 3 on this Wednesday edition, and we head into the Zoom room, and we're going to say hi to Melissa Noah. Melissa, how are you?
I'm great. I'm so glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
All right, one thing, and I think you may have mentioned this in our email correspondence, a big reason to be on the show is to let people know there is a Wyoming housing network and what it is you do. Not that your marketing team hasn't been super good at it, but I was not aware. It is the only HUD-certified housing counseling agency in the state. Give us an overview of what the Wyoming Housing Network does, and let's start there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we were founded in 2005, so we're actually going on our 20th year here, so kind of a big deal, by a statewide collaborative that really had 2 goals. One was to create housing education opportunities and then to help develop affordable housing. So our mission is to strengthen Wyoming communities by providing quality resources and opportunities for people to reach their housing goals. Broad, wonderful, amazing mission. I absolutely love it. And so we do that 2 ways. And like you mentioned, we're the only HUD certified housing counseling agency in the state. So we have a really robust housing counseling program. I don't think people really understand when we say housing counseling, what that means, but it's education, one-on-one support for anybody to reach their housing goals. So we do that through a couple of different programs. One is our first-time homebuyer education. So anyone who uses WCA's first-time homebuyer programs, down payment assistance, they go through our education program. And we do, over the years, anywhere between 900 and upwards when the market's moving 1,600 appointments a year. So high volume. I have a small but mighty team meeting the needs of the state. We also have a robust foreclosure prevention program. And really that is one-on-one counseling with a homeowner who's hit a rough patch, who needs some assistance to make sure they can save that asset and remain housed. We also do rental and eviction prevention counseling. This is to help people find housing, how to be a good renter. We also do eviction prevention, and we track all of that. Our reverse mortgage program is for really senior and consumer protection. It's unbiased counseling for people looking at a reverse mortgage. And that is a good tool for a very specific group of people. So we have the only reverse mortgage certified counselor in the state. And then we also do financial education. And I think this is really one of our growing programs. Everything's growing right now. But financial education, we have a financial foundations class, and we pair that and partner with our other nonprofits and agencies. So our certified, highly trained experts in this field will come in and teach classes in partnership with another nonprofit or agency, and that allows them to shift the resources they would have used to provide that for their clients, their cases, to their mission. So it really kind of amplifies what we do. It's really been a cool thing. I think we have upwards of 18 different partners around the state. We work with Habitats for Humanity, Seton House, the Rescue Mission, Paration and Parole. So really when we say our goals are, our mission is to help people reach their housing goals, that's any way we can. So that's our housing counseling program. And then our development program, we've primarily done low-income housing tax credit. So really those programs and some of the other funding we take advantage of, they allow us to build a apartment building, multifamily units at a way that the property doesn't have a lot of debt to carry. So that allows us to keep rents very low. That's the low income piece. Those rents are then based on people's income, and that's how we help create capacity. So we have 13 properties, one under construction right now in Cheyenne. And then we have a pretty full development pipeline right now of partnerships going into the next couple of years. So our goal is just to increase the capacity for housing along the housing spectrum. We really focus in permanent affordable housing, but we are looking at some projects to create some more capacity for first-time home ownership and single-family housing as well. So we're growing. The needs of Wyoming are growing. They're deep and wide. So we're trying to make sure we're meeting those needs. So I could talk about it all day. So I don't know if there's other questions, and if that kind of gave the very high level of what we do.
When it comes to that educational component, I know me, I would benefit. I know a lot of people that would benefit from the most basic of questions, like What is 1 point? What is a half a point interest going to mean in my monthly payment? How much should I put down? A lot down or less down and save my money? How much house can I afford? These are just basic stuff, but you can help people with this for first-time home buyers.
100%. That's really what the whole program is about. And I can tell you that, in our financial education training and our home buyer education, one of the first things we work with people is that budget. And you'd be absolutely amazed how many clients we have come through that's the first time they've ever written down all of their expenses in one place and really looked at it. You mentioned how much can I afford? What would the interest rate do? A key factor there is, where's my credit at? How would improving my credit impact all of those factors that you just mentioned? So we down payment savings. What does that mean? How if you have more to put down on your home? So we know that the market is much tighter now. There's so many factors affecting, especially first-time home buying opportunities. So we see people coming in earlier. If you're just starting to think about it, if it's a dream that you have, come and talk with our counselors so you can build that plan. So even if it's a year and a half out, 2 years, 5 years, whatever it might be, you have a clear picture of where you want to go and how you want to reach that dream of home ownership. So
yeah, and we know nationwide home buying right now is precarious. Wyoming especially. Wyoming has escalating prices, low inventory, and the challenge for Wyoming is a lot of out-of-state people buy into here, and you use that price. They live in the place for 2 weeks and they VRBO it the rest of the time. All this puts a strain on the whole housing situation in Wyoming, and we need somebody like the Wyoming Housing Network to help us.
Yep. Oh, if it could be hard in the housing world right now, it is, whether that's home buying, whether it's construction. Wyoming faces a shortage of skilled workers. The cost of building infrastructure to build a house, all of those costs are passed on to home buyers. So there's a lot in there. There's a lot to unpack when you talk about challenges in the housing market. The corporatization, I really think that's what you're talking about, is the corporatization of the housing market, where people are buying up really what would be first-time investment homes for their personal investment, which really takes them out of the market. And first-time homebuyers typically can't compete with that because they have to get a loan, where a lot of our investors come in with a cash offer. And so, it's been a very interesting world in the housing market. I would say the other factor is that we don't have a lot of movement in our housing market right now because our aging seniors who are in homes that they have lived in for quite a long time, they're now on a fixed income. They struggle to maintain those larger homes to get repairs done. Typically, what would happen is they would sell their home and move into a smaller home, right? They would downsize.
Right.
That would open up the flow of the market for someone to move from a first-time home buyer situation into maybe the next level home, right? So that creates strong communities, that we have people who are building their wealth through home ownership, building generational wealth through home ownership. And because there's such low inventory in that entry into the market and that smaller housing market, we have seniors who are kind of trapped in their homes, and we're not seeing the turnover and the movement of the market either. And so, there's a ripple effect about getting into the market, people having the opportunity to move up in the market, and then our aging seniors. It's really impactful. We see calls for assistance because people can't repair their roofs, they can't replace that heater, they're on a fixed income. And as I think we're going to see that as a growing need as well. And our counseling services help those homeowners as well. So
we're talking to Melissa Noah, Executive Director of the Wyoming Housing Network. And why is it important, the housing market functioning healthy wise, which it doesn't seem to be for reasons you mentioned? Home ownership, as you have said in your website states, is the number one way to build generational wealth. It's what your biggest investment you're going to make in your life. And when it works right, home ownership, progressing upward in buying a bigger home and then downsizing when you're older, when it works right, there's room for everybody, but it doesn't seem to be working right lately.
No. Well, and if you want to talk about strong communities in the state of Wyoming, building that housing stock, having that that generational wealth building, that security means stronger communities. It means people stay. It means they participate. It means they support nonprofits like ours because they have the ability to do that. It means families stay. So, again, when the state's looking at solutions for housing, you have to look at the whole spectrum of housing because it's all interconnected. We can't be solving problems in silos, And so I think that's what we love about our services is they really are the whole spectrum from crisis housing, homelessness to rental, affordable market rate homeownership, keeping people housed. So I think that holistic look at housing, it's always interconnected. Our counselors work together quite a bit. But if we want strong communities, economic development is such a big topic in our state. And do you know what the number one barrier to economic development is right now? Housing. Across the state and every community. I'm on a ton of housing councils, committees, coalitions, workforce groups, whatever you want to call it. And that's what we're talking about. The economic development groups are saying, hey, housing, how do we work together? And so there are some really great conversations going on statewide about how to solve this problem. WCDA just put out a strategic housing plan for the state. If you haven't seen it, if you're interested in kind of what those goals are, I recommend you visit their website to see it. The governor's office stood up a grants group. Lots of local municipalities are saying, how do we help? How do we solve these problems? So it's a hard situation, but there are really smart people and really dedicated people in the state everywhere working on it. So
I love the education that Wyoming Housing Network is doing when it comes to housing. Also, the more realistic, boots on the ground, like we can help you right now today because home ownership is not for everyone. Maybe rental, and you mentioned some of your affordable rental projects, and you can find these, by the way, on the website, WHNINC.org, Wyoming Housing Network. And what are these? Are these something you're behind, or you just have? What's your connection to? I'm looking at several of these rental apartments.
So we are a nonprofit developer. We typically partner with someone who brings construction expertise, and the low-income housing tax credit is the primary funding source that we've used. And then we have Home and National Housing Trust Fund mixed in. We also have a USDA property over in Riverton that we assumed. So we are the kind of operator manager of those homes. So when we do LIHTC, we have an investment partner who says, hey, I want tax credits. I'll give you the money to build that property. And that's how we can keep those construction costs down so that we can run that property as long as we possibly can, hopefully 100 years, and that it can meet its bills and things like that. So those properties are income-based, so they're between 60-45% AMI. Now, if you start to research housing, you're going to hear AMI. That's area median income. So that means that you make less than 50% or 45% of what the average area median income is for your county. So it's by city and by county. Those amounts are published for us, so we don't get to pick them. Our HUD monies, they serve the low income, so 45-30% low income families. So really, I think it's a great question. Our nonprofit, the goal is for that at the end of that, we own that. And then we just keep that capacity for affordable housing. And it's really critical because I think people have preconceived notions about kind of affordable housing and what that is. And really, the people that we're serving in those homes are disabled, are elderly, on fixed income, people with mental health issues. We're breaking cycles of poverty by getting people stable in housing so they can start to think about other things. And so it really is impactful, just increasing that capacity. We're finding that portfolio, we just did a remodel here in Natrona County of Spring Hill property, Spring Hill Apartments, which is 127 units of Section 8 housing, inside, outside. We got new stairs. We got grant funding for that. It looks absolutely beautiful. Basically a brand new property. And so that's the kind of work we do. Our mission with these houses, this housing, is to take care of the people who live there and create really quality, beautiful housing for people to live in. And that's important for us. Everybody should have a safe and healthy environment to live in. And that's really what those properties do. And that's a development pipeline that we for the foreseeable future is part of our goals. So yeah, it's really exciting. I go out there, I get to see them all the time. So. All of a sudden, I can't hear you. Thank you so much. I can't hear anymore. I can't hear what's happening. So we really appreciate you having us on. So we are grateful for letting us talk about Wyoming Housing Network and what we do. And if anybody has questions, just reach out to us. We'd love to help you.
Sorry, I might have lost audio on you there, Melissa.
For a minute. Yeah, just for a minute there. So I wasn't sure what that last question was, but I also thought, I know it's right to the minute. And I was like, oh, my time's up. And I love to talk about it. So that happens.
So you were just ready to wave goodbye. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate the chance to talk about, really our team here is amazing. And my staff is absolutely fantastic at what they do. And they have a heart for service. And really mission driven. So anybody who's facing financial crisis, housing crisis, please just reach out to us. You're looking at the dream of home ownership, we're your place to come. So we really appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Good deal. Thank you, Melissa, for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Melissa Noah, Wyoming Housing Network Executive Director. They do all kinds of things: home buyer education, foreclosure counseling, reverse mortgage counseling. They can counsel you on rental. Housing is at the crux of everything. I mean, without housing, nothing works. You can't fill jobs. The economy can't be driven. You got to be housed first. Housing is so important, and we're glad we have housing advocates like Melissa Noah and the Wyoming Housing Network. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after this.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. Colts! I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak. And I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore. And I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you got to do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continuing in the third hour on this Wednesday. Dueling gun groups have struck a tentative truce in order to be on the same side and to push a Wyoming Second Amendment rights bill. The two groups are normally opposed adversarial relationship, according to Leo Wolfson's story. Wyoming gun owners and Gun Owners of America don't often see eye to eye on lobbying firearm issues, but they're falling in line in this case, and they're both on the same team as they support Senate File 196, a bill that aims to protect Wyoming residents from federal firearm orders and laws. Should the federal government make laws that infringe on your Second Amendment protections, this bill would help Wyoming residents seek some kind of safety. Senate File 196. The duel mostly revolves between the two groups, by the way, these two gun lobbyists. They did not see eye to eye over the Second Amendment Protection Act, a bill that was passed into law in 2022. One group supported the bill, another group did not. But they're very much in agreement that they'll support Senate File 196, Wyoming piece of legislation that's making its way through the session. Leo Wilson has that story, and maybe we'll talk to Leo later in the show in the next hour if he can tear himself away from some of the session happenings going on there. Anna Louise Jackson had a great feature on this kid from Montana who made it his mission to visit every state park in Montana and then all 12 Wyoming state parks just this last summer. And how do the two state parks rack up? That's the first thing I wanted to know, right? Joel Parker, his ambitious goal in 2023 was to visit all of Montana's state parks in 1 year. That's 53 state parks. That's like one a week. Parker said it took a lot of planning, and it took me to parts of the state I had never been to before, but he said the 2023 Parkapalooza was really fun, and he enjoyed his time exploring state parks. So he pulled the same trick in Wyoming and visited every Wyoming state park. Parker, when asked who has the better parks, he said, "It's rough for me to say as a Montanan, but I did prefer the Wyoming state parks." Yes. He said they're higher quality on average in terms of scenery. He just found Wyoming state parks to stack up just a little bit better. Here is Joel Parker for you podcast consumers, a picture of him as he visits Kurt Gowdy State Park. So, yeah, the Montana guy who visited every Montana state park and now every Wyoming state park. Who better to rule on which state parks are better than him? And he gives Wyoming the edge. Glad to hear that. Let's take a quick weather break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back after Don Day.
Well, today it's going to be all about the wind in many areas of wind-prone areas across the state. We've got high wind watches and warnings from Cody to Casper to Cheyenne. Winds will be very strong west of Cody. That'll give a little bit of a Chinook effect and warm that area up. Very strong winds along Interstate 80. From Rock Springs to Rollins to Laramie to Cheyenne and I-25 Casper to Cheyenne, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in those areas as another big push of strong jet stream winds will race across the state today into tonight and early Thursday. In addition to the wind, another plume of moisture will come in off the west coast. So we're going to see another round of snow in Wyoming's western mountains and valleys today, and those will linger into early Thursday. We don't expect a lot with this wave in terms of heavy mountain snow, but additional snow accumulations likely, especially in the western mountains, some in the southern mountains as well as the Bighorns. Then Thursday, there's a little bit of a pause. Then another front comes in, this time a stronger, colder one that will bring a good chance of snow to a lot of Wyoming Friday night into Saturday morning, and that will usher in much colder temperatures for the weekend as well. Welcome to Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. Well, it's really going to be more of the same. Where you've been over the last couple of days is where you're going to be today and tomorrow in relative terms to your temperature, your wind conditions, whether or not you're really cold, whether or not you're like spring. Basically, everything kind of holding in place. And once we get into the weekend, everything gets unjammed and things start to change for everybody. First of all, we have a little wave that's going to come through the region today. We'll show you on radar. We've got areas of rain and snow moving out of the Pacific Northwest into the northern Rockies today. It's not a terribly strong wave, but what it will do, it'll whip up the wind in the wind-prone areas, especially Wyoming, and it will bring another round of some snow to the mountains. It's moving so fast, at least the mountains of the Intermountain West won't get a ton of new snow, but several inches worth in the higher mountain ranges, especially western Wyoming, and it will just whip the wind up as it comes through, as strong jet stream winds are associated with it. A stronger, colder push comes through the region during the day Friday into the early morning hours of Saturday. That system has a good chance of bringing light to moderate snowfall to some lower elevations, and it's going to drag the colder Canadian air that's been locked up in the northern areas further south. That's going to start a process that will allow the pattern that's kind of stuck now to get unstuck, and a shift in the pattern is going to allow a widespread big push of very, very cold air coming out of Canada into the northern and northwestern areas of the United States, and the Arctic air will be able to go much further south. So we have for the next 3 days, for those of you who are in the spring-like mode right now with very, very mild temperatures and the wind, you will go back to very cold temperatures this weekend and into early next week. And there's going to be a little Arctic-Pacific mix, which is going to throw some moisture into the equation. So with the Arctic air, there's going to be a little bit of snowfall coming in some areas next week as well, something we'll have to keep an eye on. Snowscapes, where there was snow and where the Chinook winds and the mild Pacific air is staying away. So you've got a lot of snow cover here across this shot here across northern Wyoming. Nice shot of a beautiful snowscape there across the Bighorn region. And then the skies cleared briefly over the Wind River Mountains yesterday, allowing a great shot of Apenglow as we saw the clouds move out, a little break in the weather yesterday. However, the Wind Rivers will be shrouded in clouds and snow as we get into today and tonight and off and on through the whole weekend. So the high country going to be looking at another barrage of snowfall. And even getting into those southwest mountains of Colorado, the Estes Park region here, as you see in this photo, and down into the southwest areas of Colorado as that shift southward will bring snow into the region. There's another great shot from the other side of the Bighorn Basin. Great to see that moisture and the snow cover there in the basin from last weekend and early this past week's snow event as the Arctic wave came through. Speaking of the Arctic wave, got a great trace here of temperatures at 1 minute intervals. Now, this is for Monday. This goes back to when the Arctic wave was playing tag along and east of the Continental Divide. So if you look over here, here's your scale with temperatures. So you can see temperatures here well into the 50s during the early part of the day on Monday. And then you can see the Arctic wave is coming through and playing tag, where we had a big drop in temperature as it came in, a big warm up as it retreated. Then the Arctic air started to slip back in, and then it got deeper and came all the way in, and then temperatures dropped all the way down into the teens by yesterday morning. When you're on these Arctic boundaries like this, you can get these wild swings in temperature. And look at that over a several hour period where the temperature just went all over the place. And a lot of folks east of the Continental Divide experienced that yesterday as well, as the cold air, kind of like waves on a beach, were going up against the terrain, then would wash out, come back again. And you'll see this a lot of times in the situation that we're in. There's that pocket of very cold air, the cold air over the water here in the Pacific. Here's the next wave, and here's another wave coming in behind it right here that will be coming up and coming into the coast right behind this one. So the counterclockwise rotation around this big low is pulling these systems off the Pacific, driving them through California, the Pacific Northwest, and into the central and northern Rockies. So this pattern stays basically like this today, tomorrow, and then as we get into Friday, this area right here will start to get unjammed. And there's a radar shot from this morning. Here's the overrunning snow into Montana and southern Canada, across northern Idaho into western areas of Montana's mountain ranges. Then you can see where the warmer air is, as this is a rain-snow mix in southern Idaho and northern Utah. Colder air up here brings the snow. The milder air keeps it more like spring. So that wave will come through the region today. As it does so, we have high wind watches and warnings from the Cody-Meeteetse area through Casper, Cheyenne, into the Laramie area and along the I-25 and I-80 corridor. The winds will just howl there. We have a lot of winter weather. A lot of this is going to be freezing rain across the nation's midsection as the Arctic air is wanting to move south and is interacting with the warmer, moist air from coming up from the south and west. So there's a lot of winter weather along this Arctic boundary throughout the nation today. You can see that flow of air just west to east coming through. This is by about noon today. There are the very strong winds coming on the backside of the lower end of this trough here. And if we look at the jet stream winds at 30,000 feet, they're screaming. So you've got winds nearly 150 knots or better rippling through the region today. That's why we've got these high wind watches and warnings for this area right here where it's going to be super windy today. The moisture gets driven into the mountains and you're going to see some snowfall. We're going to show you several temperature maps. These are the temperature anomalies just around the noon hour today. So you can see the Arctic air is retreated just up to the Wyoming-Montana border, getting pushed. The warmer air gets all the way into Yellowstone Park and Jackson and most of Wyoming. Then along that boundary, you're going to see those high winds. Weekend, better opportunities for snowfall in this circle here because the Pacific air will get entrained into the situation. So enjoy the mild temperatures. I know you're not enjoying the wind. Nobody does. But those winds will keep you mild for 3 more days. After that, it's back to winter, and not just in the northern areas, but expanding much further south and east. Have yourself a good Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Don. I'm enjoying the mild temperatures, even though it means a melt and then overnight a refreezing. Every parking lot is a skating rink where I live, and that's not fun, but pretty mild temps. We're going to get to the top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side as Hour 4 of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues next. From Yellowstone to Devils.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, February 5th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Kemmerer is home to the Mother JCPenney store and will soon be home to the Mother TerraPower nuclear plant as well. The synergy of that isn't lost on TerraPower, which has designed a 35,000 square foot training center with that very idea of a mother ship in mind, even calling Kemmerer's nuclear plant Unit 1, according to business reporter Renee Jean.
They're hoping that it encourages tourism in Kemmerer, for one, that visitors may want to come, just like they do come to the Mother JCPenney store, that they might want to come to the Mother TerraPower plant and learn about nuclear energy. It's also, though, going to be the training center for all new TerraPower employees. So TerraPower employees will go to Kemmerer, regardless of what country they are from. They will live there for a temporary amount of time. They will fill up hotels. They will eat at restaurants. They will shop in local stores. I talked with the mayor, and he's hoping that that leaves a good impression with those visitors, that they'll want to come back to experience more of what Kemmerer has to offer.
Construction on the huge training center should start sometime late this year. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is eager to take over management of grizzly bears if they're delisted from federal protection, and Congress might finally make that happen. Angie Bruce, the agency's director, said Wyoming's congressional delegation is pushing to have grizzlies delisted, and President Donald Trump's administration also seems to favor delisting. That's according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
She has full confidence that her department's ready to take over full management of them. She's putting a lot of stock in Wyoming's U.S. congressional delegation to introduce some legislation, and pretty much everybody there seemed to agree that if this is going to happen, it's going to happen through Congress.
Delisting suffered a setback January 8th when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that it had rejected petitions from Wyoming and Montana to delist grizzlies. However, Trump's newly appointed Secretary of the Interior has openly stated that he supports the idea. The Wyoming Senate is considering a bill criminalizing drone operations from loitering over and taking photos over critical infrastructure. Senate File 132 would let local law enforcement open cases against some drone operators or disable drones, and would let the governor send the Wyoming National Guard to fight or take suspicious drones as well. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Senator Stacey Jones heard from her people, her sheriff's office there in Sweetwater County, like, we never found the operator of the mystery drones that we've been seeing for several weeks. But if we did find the operator, we'd like the legal teeth to tell them to knock it off or to initiate an action if things got serious enough. And so that's what they asked her for. And that's what was debated in committee.
The bill would make drone operators face a misdemeanor for the first time they intentionally loiter, photograph, or commit other criminal activity with drones over critical infrastructures. A second offense would be a felony. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Attention all seniors 50 and older. The Wyoming Senior Olympics 2025 Winter Games are coming to beautiful Pinedale, Wyoming from February 20th to 22nd. Compete in a variety of events including the indoor mile walk, Nordic skiing, pickleball, snowshoeing, and swimming. Don't miss the celebration banquet on Friday night, February 21st, sponsored by Jonah Energy, LLC. For more information, call us at 307-321-0699 or visit www.wyomingseniorolympics.com. Register by February 9th.
A bill that seeks to streamline the process of issuing license plates for vehicles has passed the House Transportation Committee. House Bill 237 would charge the Wyoming Department of Transportation with issuing license plates rather than county treasurers. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the bill is getting the opposite reaction from some Cowboy State voters online who are questioning the idea of relying on the U.S. Postal Service for delivery of their plates.
This bill would mean you're no longer picking your license plate up from the county treasurer. Instead, you go to the county treasurer to file your registration, and then WYDOT will mail it to you within 30 days. There are a lot of questions about this bill, and people online are panning it. Some of the comments are like, this is so dumb. So now we have to wait for it to come in the mail, and the mail sucks. It takes so long to get your mail.
The bill's sponsor, Representative Cody Wiley, said his bill has several features that would lower the costs of making plates in the state, among them the fact that new plate designs would no longer be made every 8 years. In other words, people who don't like the latest new design would be stuck with it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Corr, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues, final hour of this Wednesday edition of the show. That Terra Power Nuclear Plant Training Center in Kemmer, that's going to become a big thing. Renee Jean had that story. She talked to the spokesperson for Terra Power, Director of External Affairs, Jeff Navin. And Navin said the training center is going to be unique to Kemmer. We're going to use it to train all of the employees at our plant in Kemmer, but also we'll use it as a primary location, home-based training for operators in future Natrium plants all over the world. Natrium power plant is a unique, innovative nuclear power plant of the new age. Bill Gates is the genius behind it. The first of its kind is being constructed right now in Kemmer, Wyoming. And the hopes are there'll be these Natrium power plants all over the world. For instance, if one is going to open up in England, those English operators, according to Navin, will be flying to Kemmer to train on the simulator there and then take whatever they learn back to England. So not only is Kemmer going to be the home base for Terra Power's Natrium plant, but this training center, 35,000-foot state-of-the-art nuclear training center Terra Power is building in Kemmer, is going to really drive industry toward Kemmer. And I love that Renee said in this story that the mayor of Kemmer was all excited because it'll mean people are coming to the hotels, and she put an S on that, and they're coming to eat at the restaurants, and she put an S on that. Last time I've seen Kemmer, I would not use the plural. I would just say people are going to come and fill up the hotel, and they're going to come and eat at that restaurant. There is not much in Kemmer. Kemmer is going to have to catch up with its infrastructure, with things that are available in Kemmer, beginning with the food. I mean, they're going to need way more restaurants and way more lodging facilities than what they have right now. They got a few of the one-star motel kind of places, but they're going to need more lodging, more restaurants, because this is a big deal for Kemmer. Change is coming. Jeff Navin, Director of Energy and whatnot, Director of External Affairs at Terra Power, said Wyoming's just so easy to work with. That's his quote. He told Renee Jean, probably surprising to no one, we found Wyoming very easy to work with. This is a state that knows how to build big things, and they're not intimidated or afraid. So we are pleased and have no regrets about our decision to build this plant in partnership with Wyoming. Really good news. Not only the Terra Power plant in Kemmer, but now this big 35,000 square foot training facility. That's going to be good news for Kemmer, good news for Wyoming. Another Renee Jean story about license plates is interesting. And I wonder if this isn't being talked about now because we have a what I would call like a universal license plate currently. For those of you not from Wyoming, what we do is we change our plate design every 8 years. And 1 year we had the Tetons on it, but of course people from the eastern part of the state felt left out. They didn't like that one. And then 1 year we had Devil's Tower, and some people liked that, some didn't. You know, always featuring something uniquely Wyoming. Well, this new plate is kind of the most plain, basic license plate Wyoming has had in a long time. It's just got a black background. I call it black. Others insist it's dark blue. But it sure looks black when it's on a vehicle. It looks dark blue in this photo, though, I will say. Matt Eidler took this picture for Cowboy State Daily. I'll share it with the podcast viewers. It almost looks like a dark blue, but when I see these drive by, when I see them out on the road, they look black. Let's split the difference, call them dark blue. Light black. Let's just say they're light black. And they feature the bison and, of course, the steamboat, the bucking horse. And that's it. Like, they don't feature any one part of Wyoming like previous license plates did. So if this new legislation goes through, this new bill, it would mean license plates would not change their design every 8 years, and this one would be it. This is the Wyoming license plate. Now, it doesn't mean it couldn't change somewhere down the line, but it would eliminate the change of design every 8 years. House Bill 237. And I wonder about the timing. Why now? And I think some of it might have to do with the fact that this is a plate we can all live with because it doesn't feature any one part of Wyoming. It's just kind of Wyoming general. But that's not one of the arguments for or against. There are several arguments for doing it this way. No redesign every 8 years will save money. Obviously, the cost to redesign the plate, the cost to destroy all the old plates, that will be a cost saver to not do the redesign. But also inherent in this bill is how you get your plates in general. And right now, the current way to go get a new license plate, if you want to put license plate on a new car or a car that's new to you, you would go to your county treasurer, and your county treasurer would issue the plates, take your money. And then when it comes time for renewal of your tags, you're given a sticker. Well, why couldn't the license plates and the stickers just be mailed to you? Wouldn't that be a lot easier and just remove the county treasurers from the whole operation? That's another something this bill would do, House Bill 237. It would charge the Wyoming Department of Transportation with issuing license plate rather than county treasurers. Registration would still begin through county treasurers' offices, but the plates themselves would be mailed to them by WYDOT. And I see some people worrying about using the mail. I think that's a weak argument. Yeah, USPS has their problems. Yes, mail, it takes long, could get lost, but that's not a reasonable argument. I can trust your plates are going to get there. And what's the worst case scenario if they are late? There's a 30-day grace period built in for your plates to somehow arrive, but it seems to make sense to have WYDOT issue those plates and send the plates to you. But I think the biggest hangup is this is the license plate we're going to have, theoretically forever. Are we happy with it? Kind of. We got Facebook comments from Kevin who says Trump has all of Washington running scared, and it's not because of their patriotic concern for the country. Kevin must have been listening to our stories about you said and some of the other things Trump is doing. Trump may eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. He may try to eliminate, you said, this what Harriet Hageman calls a rogue agency, an insidious agency that supports terrorism. And Trump has also vowed to do a lot of things, overturn a lot of things, maybe bring back the delisting issue on grizzly bears. Kevin says Trump's got all of Washington running scared. Yes, I think he does. Kevin also said, stop sending money to foreign countries. And there might be enough left over for American disaster relief. I think that's a common complaint when people see money going for foreign aid and they think, if we can spend millions, billions on supporting this country, how can we not have money for hurricane relief efforts in our own country? People say that all the time. Brianne said it's not very smart to cut property taxes now when the federal government is trying to send education and disaster relief to the states. It's probably never going to be a good time to cut property taxes. I mean, there'll always be an argument saying, oh, this is the wrong time to reduce taxes. $288 million a year is going to have to be made up by the state. There's never going to be a good time. I think in the name of property tax relief, we got to just try it and see what happens on the other end. See if we survive. Anyway, that bill is moving. That would be, by the way, the largest tax relief ever granted in the state of Wyoming. The Senate passed it on third reading. It's up to the House now. Senate File 69 passed Tuesday would slash property taxes in half. However, it would offer no backfill money, no other money to make up for the lost revenue. The bill passed 23-8 and now moves on to the House. And how do you make up $288 million fiscal impact per year? Senator Bo Biteman had interesting comments regarding the bill. He said, if you're looking for drama, infighting, political grandstanding, and interference from out-of-state special interests, there's plenty of that elsewhere. But here in the Wyoming Senate, we come together and do the work of the people diligently and seriously. Today, that serious work delivers results to the people of Wyoming. The Wyoming Senate has listened to homeowners everywhere who say property tax is killing them. They can't live in their own home anymore. And this bill would certainly do something about it. Cut your property tax in half. The story from Leo Wolfson, who it looks like Leo's going to be tied up in the legislature. Understandable. And yeah, that's fine. We'll move on to our first break in the final hour. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday edition. Hour number 4. We'll be right back after this.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're going
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Recapping some of today's top stories in the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder says she hopes Trump will eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. It's a campaign promise he made while campaigning for president. States should determine their own rules for federal funding, Degenfelder said. Outlets like the Wall Street Journal, NBC News have been citing sources familiar with the plans and reporting Trump is indeed outlining an executive order that would tell the U.S. Secretary of Education to begin diminishing the department through executive action. And he'll push for Congress to just abolish the department altogether in the end. He promised to eliminate the Department of Education on that campaign trail, and Megan Degenfelder hopes he stays true to it, with it. Claire McFarland had more on the story as she talked to Wendy Core.
Well, you can count Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder a fan of the U.S. Department of Education getting abolished. President Trump is outlining his plan to get rid of the department, and Degenfelder told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Tuesday that the best-case scenario for Wyoming is for federal school funding to go directly to the states.
So there's all these reports that Trump is getting ready to push for the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education. And Wyoming's education head, Megan Degenfelder, the superintendent, said, well, I haven't gotten confirmation from Trump's administration yet. I was hoping he would do this, but I also hope that all those federal dollars will instead go directly to the states for them to establish their own criteria how to administer them, rather than always deferring to this big agency with its own rules.
Degenfelder said it's her hope that the rules and red tape that the Federal Department of Education has affixed to federal funding will vanish, but the money will be allocated in a block grant model directly to states.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Claire. Now, the Cowboys' struggle in basketball continues. Wyoming came up on a little short against Utah State. Second half down the stretch, they just could not make a shot. The Cowboys went cold, lost to Utah State last night. 71-67, the final there. To be fair, Wyoming was without their leading scorer, Obi Ogbin, who was out with an injury. So pretty good showing for not having your leading scorer, but still these shooting woes, this seems to be a common thread. Wyoming Cowboys, they're playing hard. And Coach Sundance Wicks likes what he sees, but they're just not making shots. And he said, we're doing a great job of making teams look good. Yeah, too bad. Cowboys got to pick it up. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily. How about this one? Wyoming Game and Fish director saying he's feeling hopeful about the delisting of grizzly bears in Wyoming. The stars seem aligned. Game and Fish director Angie Bruce told legislators Tuesday getting grizzlies delisted, top priority for the agency. I think the stars are aligned for that, she said. Particularly with Trump's tapping of a new Secretary of Interior. That's the former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Burgum has been real pro delisting. So you would have to figure that the time is right. The stars are aligned for delisting. Delisting suffered a setback January 8th when U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that it rejected petitions from Wyoming and Montana to delist. It was one of the final announcements made by the outgoing Biden administration. Angie Bruce, Wyoming Game and Fish director, said, yes, we did get that recent decision. That was frustrating and disturbing for our work. However, she's positive, remaining positive, and hopeful that Secretary of Interior Doug Burgum will help perhaps make an act of Congress that will get grizzlies delisted once and for all and allow states to take control of the big bad Bruins. Andrew Rossi had this story about 120-mile-an-hour wind gusts on top of Mount Coffin. That's not unusual. That's a windy place atop that mountain peak at 11,255 feet. Coffin is the second tallest peak in the Wyoming range, and it is an incredibly windy place already in a wind-prone area. According to Andrew Rossi, he talked with several meteorologists. He's always in communication with our own Don Day. I think it was Joshua Rowe, meteorologist out of the National Weather Service office in Riverton, who said, yeah, we noted 120-mile-an-hour wind gusts atop of Mount Coffin. And when Andrew asked, is that a record? He said, almost, but does not quite beat a 128-mile-an-hour wind gust measured in Clark, Wyoming in 2022. Still, 120-mile-an-hour wind is, yeah, that's pretty good. One of our top stories today, Congresswoman Harriet Hagman in full support of Trump's crackdown on what she says is an insidious organization. You said Hagman called for the Trump administration to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development. That's the agency that's been under fire by Elon Musk. Musk's hard to define job in the Trump administration is basically looking for waste. He's a waste finder, and he's going to trim the fat, cut the waste. And Musk has targeted, you said, as one place that needs cutting. Hageman had already had USET on her radar well before Trump sent Elon Musk to attack them. Harriet Hageman called USET a rogue agency that sometimes supports terrorism. And she said there's a major distinction between USET, which is a U.S. government agency, and United Nations group like UNICEF that helps impoverish children. USET isn't necessarily, Hageman said, an organization providing humanitarian aid. Under some circumstances, yes. But in other areas, this rogue agency has supported the Taliban, Hageman said. DEI issues that they have been supporting, policies they have been supporting, are in many ways very anti-American. Congresswoman Hageman continues, they have been supportive of anti-Semitic riots on campus. They've been sending money to Hamas. Hageman does not like you, said Trump, and Musk also attacking the agency. Speaking outside the White House on Monday, Trump Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt gave some egregious examples of USAID expenditures related to DEI and other programs. Leavitt said $1.5 million was spent on DEI programs in Serbia last year. $70,000 spent on DEI musical in Ireland. $47,000 was shipped off to Colombia to help them launch a transgender opera, and $32,000 in taxpayer money was shipped out to Peru to help fund a transgender comic book. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, Congressman Hageman said. Yeah, we need to have a freeze. We need to have a pause. And you said there's more on it from our correspondent Sean Berry for Cowboy State Daily about the controversial rogue agency that Harriet Hageman calls insipid. Here's Sean and Wendy Core.
Efforts by President Donald Trump's administration to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development have been met with approval by most Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional representative Harriet Hageman. The organization's stated purpose is to strengthen U.S. influence abroad by providing money for humanitarian and economic purposes, as well as for combating repressive regimes. But Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry spoke to Hageman Tuesday, who said she believes that U.S. aid is, quote, an insidious organization that needed to be reined in, if not eliminated altogether.
Rep. Hageman's concern is that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which is an independent agency, as she noted, it was not authorized by Congress and is not overseen by Congress, has never been overseen by Congress in its entirety since it was founded in 1961. She thinks that it's lost its way in many respects. Many people just point to wasteful spending generally, woke spending, spending on things that have nothing to do with humanitarian assistance, nothing to do with combating repressive regimes anywhere in the world. And I think most alarmingly, Rep. Hageman has pointed to examples where she thinks that USAID has actually funded Hamas. She thinks that they funded the Taliban. And she also thinks that there is USAID money that went into the anti-Semitic riots on U.S. college campuses last year.
Hageman said she agrees with Trump's crackdown on the agency, carried out mainly by Elon Musk, which has included stop work orders, firings, removal of computers, and even a shutdown of the agency's website.
Yeah, you know the jig is up when Elon Musk comes in and asks for your computers. Everybody just stop working, hands up. We're taking your computers away. We're taking down your website. USAID, yeah, time is running out on that clock. A couple of bills that are not going anywhere include the Senate File 183, moratorium on solar and wind projects. It was sponsored by Senator Hicks, along with Senator Cal Case and Senator Sherry Steinmetz. Hicks testified two main concerns. He said Wyoming's landscape and the state's legacy energy industries like coal, gas, and oil. He's like, look at the landscape first. He's worried wind and solar projects are changing the look of Wyoming's wide open spaces. And they're being done so subsidized at the expense of the coal industry. Hicks says, quote, our friends on the left coast with their renewable portfolio demands are eliminating fossil fuels and moving in a direction that's unsustainable. Wyoming's been at the brunt of that, quite frankly. But that bill that would have stopped any new solar or wind energy project for the next 5 years did not get out of committee. Senate File 183 looks to be dead. Another bill killed in committee is the proposal to make carbon dioxide great again. Nice try, but it's not going to get out of committee, fearing it could actually lead to more federal regulation. Wyoming Senate committee killed the bill called Make Carbon Dioxide Great Again. The bill would have cut low carbon energy standards in the state and treated CO2 as a nutrient, not a pollutant. It would have also repealed carbon capture mandates. On Monday, the Senate Minerals, Business, and Economic Development Committee declined to advance the bill that was brought by State Senator Sherry Steinmetz of Lingle. Senate File 92 looks dead in committee. And another bill that died in committee, the Mountain Lion Eradication Bill, which saw a lot of testimony, 40 people estimated, lined up outside the room to talk to the legislature's House Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resource Committee. This was on Tuesday. A lot of people showed up to speak on House Bill 286 that would have made changes to the mountain lion hunting season. Republican Representative from LaBarge, Mike Schmid, brought this bill. Of the 40 people that did not care for it, and I know Schmidt's idea is putting more pressure on mountain lions via hunting would help essentially the mule deer population, which is undergoing a decline. But of the 40 people that testified during this committee hearing, only 2 were with him on the bill. All the rest opposed. And it looks like this one not getting out of committee. More failed bills at the Wyoming legislation. Let's take a little bit of a, let's see, should we do a news break or a, I'm going to do a commercial break and final commercial break of the day. And we'll be right back with the final segment, final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after this.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. that happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
It's time to take a look at what's It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, February 5th. I'm Wendy Corr, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Wyoming Senior Olympics. Experience the excitement of the Winter Games, February 20th through the 22nd in Pinedale, and support the SAFE initiative. For event details and the full schedule, visit WyomingSeniorOlympics.com. Well, you can count Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder a fan of the U.S. Department of Education getting abolished. President Trump is outlining his plan to get rid of the department, and Degenfelder told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Tuesday that the best-case scenario for Wyoming is for federal school funding to go directly to the states.
So there's all these reports that Trump is getting ready to push for the elimination of the U.S. Department of Education. And Wyoming's education head, Megan Degenfelder, the superintendent, said, well, I haven't gotten confirmation from Trump's administration yet. I was hoping he would do this, but I also hope that all those federal dollars will instead go directly to the states for them to establish their own criteria how to administer them, rather than always deferring to this big agency with its own rules.
Degenfelder said it's her hope that the rules and red tape that the Federal Department of Education has affixed to federal funding will vanish, but the money will be allocated in a block grant model directly to states. The Wyoming Senate has passed what its leadership calls the largest property tax cut in Wyoming history. Senate File 69, as passed on third reading Tuesday, would slash taxes by 50% and offer no backfill money for local schools and governments. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that the bill passed on a 23-8 vote and now moves on to the House, which already passed its own version of this bill on January 23rd.
The bill received significant debate in the Senate on Tuesday. It passed on a 23-8 vote, but many legislators like Senators Stacey Jones and John Kolb of Rock Springs expressed concern about what it will do to their local coffers and their local county government. But others like Senator Tara Nethercott, who supported the 50%, said that the legislature can address these issues in the coming years and that she believes it's an issue that certainly won't be leading to a sky is falling type scenario for these local entities.
There are a handful of other property tax bills still remaining, such as a bill to make property taxes in Wyoming based on acquisition value. That passed on first reading in the House on Tuesday afternoon. Efforts by President Donald Trump's administration to dismantle the U.S. Agency for International Development have been met with approval by most Republicans, including Wyoming's congressional representative Harriet Hageman. The organization's stated purpose is to strengthen U.S. influence abroad by providing money for humanitarian and economic purposes, as well as for combating repressive regimes. But Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry spoke to Hageman Tuesday, who said she believes that U.S. aid is, quote, an insidious organization organization that needed to be reined in, if not eliminated altogether.
Rep. Hageman's concern is that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which is an independent agency, as she noted, it was not authorized by Congress and is not overseen by Congress, has never been overseen by Congress in its entirety since it was founded in 1961. She thinks that it's lost its way in many respects. Many people just point to wasteful spending generally, woke spending on things that have nothing to do with humanitarian assistance, nothing to do with combating repressive regimes anywhere in the world. And I think most alarmingly, Rep. Hageman has pointed to examples where she thinks that USAID has actually funded Hamas. She thinks that they funded the Taliban. And she also thinks that there is USAID money that went into the anti-Semitic riots on U.S. college campuses last year.
Hageman said she agrees with Trump's crackdown on the agency, carried out mainly by Elon Musk, which has included stop work orders, firings, removal of computers, and even a shutdown of the agency's website. Well, Kemmerer is home to the Mother JCPenney store and will soon be home to the Mother TerraPower nuclear plant as well. The synergy of that isn't lost on TerraPower, which has designed a 35,000 square foot training center with that very idea of a mother ship in mind, even calling Kemmerer's nuclear plant Unit 1. That's according to business reporter Renee Jean.
They're hoping that it encourages tourism in Kemmerer, for one, that visitors may want to come just like they do come to the Mother JCPenney store, that they might want to come to the Mother TerraPower plant and learn about nuclear energy. It's also, though, going to be the training center for all new TerraPower employees. So TerraPower employees will go to Kemmerer regardless of what country they are from. They will live there for a temporary amount of time. They will fill up hotels. They will eat at restaurants. They will shop in local stores. I talked with the mayor, and he's hoping that that leaves a good impression with those visitors, that they'll want to come back to experience more of what Kemmerer has to offer.
Construction on the huge training center should start sometime late this year. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Well, today it's going to be all about the wind in many areas of wind-prone areas across the state. We've got high wind watches and warnings from Cody to Casper to Cheyenne. Winds will be very strong west of Cody. That'll give a little bit of a Chinook effect and warm that area up. Very strong winds along Interstate 80 from Rock Springs to Rollins to Laramie to Cheyenne and I-25 Casper to Cheyenne. 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in those areas as another big push of strong jet stream winds will race across the state today into tonight and early Thursday. In addition to the wind, another plume of moisture will come in off the west coast. So we're going to see another round of snow in Wyoming's western mountains and valleys today, and those will linger into early Thursday. We don't expect a lot with this wave in terms of heavy mountain snow, but additional snow accumulations likely, especially in the western mountains, some in the southern mountains as well as the Bighorns. Then Thursday, there's a little bit of a pause. Then another front comes in, this time a stronger, colder one that will bring a good chance of snow to a lot of Wyoming Friday night into Saturday morning, and that will usher in much colder temperatures for the weekend as well.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Wyoming Relay provides telephone access for people with hearing loss and access for people with speech disabilities. We offer services and specialized equipment at no cost to you. No matter what your level of hearing loss or speech disability, Wyoming Relay can help.
Winter weather gave way to strong winds across most of Wyoming on Tuesday. The National Weather Service issued high wind warnings for most of southeast Wyoming and the Cody foothills, with winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that that's a gentle breeze compared to the strongest gust recorded the last week in Wyoming. That was 120 miles per hour on Mount Coffin in the mountains of Lincoln County in western Wyoming.
When you get up into the highest elevations, it's like lightning. The highest points attract the strongest winds, and 120 miles per hour, a person can be blown over by a wind of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. So 120 miles per hour, that's enough to blow someone up and off of a mountain, with probably fatal results waiting for them once they land. So it's nothing to scoff at.
While winds had been measured at more than 100 miles per hour in the Cowboy State before, it's not usual, and 120 miles per hour is just a breath away from the strongest wind gust ever recorded in Wyoming. That was 128 miles per hour measured in Clark in 2022. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is eager to take over management of grizzly bears if they're delisted from federal protection, and Congress might finally make that happen. Angie Bruce, the agency's director, said Wyoming's congressional delegation is pushing to have grizzlies delisted, and President Donald Trump's administration also seems to favor delisting. That's according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
She's all in. She wants grizzlies delisted. She has full confidence that her department's ready to take over full management of them. She's putting a lot of stock in Wyoming's U.S. congressional delegation to introduce some legislation, and pretty much everybody there seemed to agree that if this is going to happen, it's going to happen through Congress.
Delisting suffered a setback January 8th when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that it had rejected petitions from Wyoming and Montana to delist grizzlies. However, Trump's newly appointed Secretary of the Interior has openly stated that he supports the delisting. The Wyoming Senate is considering a bill criminalizing drone operators from loitering over and taking photos over critical infrastructure. Senate File 132 would let local law enforcement open cases against some drone operators or disable drones, and would let the governor send the Wyoming National Guard to fight or take suspicious drones as well. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Senator Stacey Jones heard from her people, her sheriff's office there in Sweetwater County, like, we never found the operator of the mystery drones that we've been seeing for several weeks. But if we did find the operator, we'd like the legal teeth to tell them to knock it off or to initiate an action if things got serious enough. And so that's what they asked her for. And that's what was debated in committee. But the problem is always you get in airspace and you're getting into federally regulated things.
The bill would make drone operators face a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 6 months in jail and $2,500 in fines the first time they intentionally loiter, photograph, or commit other criminal activity with drones over critical infrastructures. A second offense would be a felony, punishable by up to 2 years in prison and $5,000 in fines. A bill that seeks to streamline the process of issuing license plates for vehicles has passed the House Transportation Committee. House Bill 237 would charge the Wyoming Department of Transportation with issuing license plates rather than county treasurers. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the bill is getting the opposite reaction from some Cowboy State voters online who are questioning the idea of relying on the U.S. Postal Service for delivery of their plates.
This bill would mean you're no longer picking your license plate up from the county treasurer. Instead, you go to the county treasurer to file your registration, and then YDOT will mail it to you within 30 days. And so you'll have like a 30-day grace period from the time your license plate is due to receive your plates. There are a lot of questions about this bill, and people online are panning it. Some of the comments are like, this is so dumb. So now we have to wait for it to come in the mail, and the mail sucks. It takes so long to get your mail.
The bill's sponsor, Representative Cody Wiley, said his bill has several features that would lower the costs of making plates in the state, among them the fact that new plate designs would no longer be made every 8 years. In other words, people who don't like the latest new design would be stuck with it. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols, Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy, for all the news that is news. Claire McFarland was on earlier in the show. We talked a little bit about this story. Hunter DeVries, the 23-year-old man that was sentenced Tuesday to 25 to 30 years in prison for molesting a child over the course of several months. He once ran for the local school board last year. And despite showing remorse and owning up to what he did, the judge said he deserves a lengthy prison sentence. Hunter DeVries, 23-year-old, accused of, pleaded guilty in November to 2 counts of first-degree sexual abuse of a minor, signed a plea agreement. The prosecutor agreed to cap his sentencing at 30 years. And Judge Kate McKay said, for someone who so wholeheartedly takes responsibility for your actions, she appreciated that. It makes this process hard, and it makes me want to give you some benefit of the doubt, the judge said in sentencing, but I cannot lose sight of the many layers of victimization that your lapse in judgment caused. Probation was deemed inappropriate for DeVries, and the Youthful Offender Boot Camp program also was ruled out by Judge McKay, who said prison sentence was the way to go in her opinion. Meanwhile, the family of the victim, the mother, wrote a letter which the prosecutor wrote and said it's been really hard on the family. The victim suffers from trauma, fear and pain, nightmares. These type of crimes tear families apart, the mother said. DeVries, from the day he was brought up on charges, but not before, as Claire points out, but from the day he was brought up on charges, he has said all the right things. He said, my sins are laid bare, said DeVries. Any of you would like to see me in custody for the remainder of my life, and in no way can I blame you. I've failed you. I betrayed you. I betrayed myself. These are the words of Hunter DeVries, sentenced with 25 to 30 years in prison for molesting a child over the course of several months. Claire McFarland had that story, and she's been following that story since the beginning. That's a story out of Riverton. This story out of Riverton. Could you expect any less from our town? A woman accused of leading several enforcement agencies, 5 in all, on a wild Riverton chase, finally crashed by a deputy. And even as her Dodge Durango was being crashed off the road, this woman was chugging, although that's not the word Claire used, guzzling. That's not the word Claire used. She just said drinking because that's what was in the affidavit. But yeah, a bottle of alcohol. Congratulations, Karita Moss, 35-year-old, for being able to escape capture for that long and driving with a BAC of, I think she blew a .234. Like well over the limit, like stinking drunk. And 5 different law enforcement agencies involved in the chase, including, let me see if I can count them, BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Riverton and Lander Police Departments, that's 4. And Wyoming Highway Patrol, that makes 5. Yeah, they did the spike strips. They did everything. Nothing worked. She kept running, reaching speeds of 100, 110 miles an hour through downtown Riverton. And finally, they had to pull the crash maneuver on her. And when they did, Trooper Nicholas Warren noticed that Moss was drinking the bottle of alcohol as her car spun out, as her Dodge drank. She blew a .214, by the way. He said even as he nudged the Durango, he saw Moss just taking another swig off the bottle of vodka or whatever alcohol it was. Can you imagine just these high-speed chases, you wonder how they even happen. But then to see that, the trooper, like, what the heck? Where am I? Well, we've had some fun stories that we covered today in the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Wyoming's education maven Megan Degenfelder hopeful that Trump will eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. States can do it better, she says. Property tax bill passes the Senate. The 50% cuts would make it the largest tax break ever issued in the state of Wyoming. What if license plates didn't change their design every year and we just mailed you your new one? House Bill 237 would have YDOT issue new plates instead of county clerks. The stars are aligned for Grizzly delisting, says Game and Fish Director Angie Bruce. Congresswoman Harriet Hagman agrees with Elon Musk's crackdown of the insidious rogue agency called USAID. She said the agency established under the JFK administration has become bloated and lost its way. These stories and more we covered, and more tomorrow at 6 a.m. when we see you again in the Cowboy State Daily Show.